Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's Greenhouse Gas Coordination Working Group, our Working Group Session 8. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'm also the facilitator today. Before we get started, just a reminder that these slides are available out on the Greenhouse Gas Coordination webpage on the ISO website. You can get to that page by going to CAISO.com. And then under the Stay Informed tab, you'll see Policy Initiatives. If you click on that link, it'll take you out to our main initiative landing page. And then about halfway down the page, you'll see Greenhouse Gas Coordination. And then the presentation is one of the very first items posted to that page. So if we could go to the next slide, just a couple housekeeping reminders before we get started. So as usual, the meeting is being recorded today. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. So any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. And then these working groups are meant to be collaborative, and we'd like to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives, and we welcome comments and feedback, but just a reminder to keep those comments and questions professional and respectful. Next slide, please. So we will be pausing periodically today for questions and comments. If you are on our virtual audience, then you'll need to raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, which is located at the bottom of your screen. If you're here in the room with us, please just make sure to turn on your microphone to ask your questions so that our virtual audience can hear you. And then just a reminder for everyone to please remember to state your name and affiliation before asking your question or making your comment, just so we know who the comment or question is coming from. And then you can also send your question or comment through the chat to all panelists. We'll be keeping an eye on that today as well. And next slide, please. And then just again, a notice to everyone joining us today that commissioners and advisors from state public utility commissions may be in attendance. All right, next slide. Okay, our agenda for today. So in just a second, I'm going to hand things over to Doug Howe from the State Climate Action MOU Group, and he will discuss his proposal for a non-priced GHG programs. And then following that presentation, we'll take a quick 15-minute break, and then we'll hear from WPTF. They have a proposal to share with us today. And then we'll take a lunch and come back this afternoon, and Anya will present some information related to problem statement 7, really just comparing that market versus reporting approaches. And then I will have some time to share some working group updates, so problem statement sponsor updates, and then refinements to those metric problem statements that we discussed a couple weeks ago in the last working group. Then we'll take another break and wrap up with a proposal from PGP. Mary Wenke is here, and then Jessica Zano from PSC on their proposal to recategorize issues. And then we'll leave some time at the end today to go over next steps. Next slide, please. All right, and then this is just a reminder of where we are in our working group progress to date. So we here are still between the problem statements and the assessment of those problem statements. And as a reminder, it is an iterative process, so everything is interrelated. Next slide, please. All right, and with that, I will hand things over to Doug Howe, and we'll get started with his proposal for non-priced GHG programs.
Well, thanks, and good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me all right. And I think our plan for this morning, as I go through this presentation, is to take questions as they come up. I think that's more effective than holding everything to the end. So as was announced earlier, if you have a question, just raise your hand or signal to the facilitator, Isabel. So I've been asked to give a proposal or a presentation on our thinking about non-priced GHG programs in the Western Interconnection. And when I say we, who am I talking about? So if you go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Briefly, the State Climate Action MOU Group, also called the PUC MOU Group, is a collaborative under the Western Public Utility Commission's Joint Action Framework on Climate Change. The collaborative was founded in 2003 by the California PUC, the Oregon PUC, and the Washington UTC. and over the years has been joined by the Nevada PUC, the Colorado PUC, the New Mexico PRC, and the Hawaii PUC. In 2021, the GHG subgroup was formed, and it consists of the 6 mainland state commissions that you see there in blue. And that was formed to engage in the handling of state GHG standards for the Western day markets that are in development. The Regulatory Assistance Project acts as the facilitator for the activities of the GHG subgroup. The GHG subgroup has been an active participant in the development of methods to incorporate so-called priced GHG programs, that is the California Cap and Trade system and the Washington Cap and Invest system, into day-ahead markets. In this discussion, our attention is going to turn to how non-priced GHG programs could potentially be incorporated into day-ahead markets. Next slide, please. So to start this discussion, when I refer to non-priced GHG programs, I'm excluding renewable portfolio standard programs, which exist in some form in every state in the Western Interconnection, except Idaho and Wyoming. This is because there are features and program rules in RPSs that we believe could allow utilities to comply with them in a day-ahead market without additional market features. And California is a good example of how that has worked. In the future, we could potentially, if there's interest, address our thoughts on how RPS compliance could work in the day-ahead market context. The 6 states highlighted in the map to the right have what we're calling non-priced GHG programs, which require a progressive reduction in the GHG emissions from the whole portfolio of electric energy used to meet the utilities load. In contrast to the priced GHG programs of Washington and California, in which compliance is placed on the resource, compliance for the non-priced GHG programs is placed on the load-serving entity. These programs come in a variety of different formulations, but the essence of them all is that the utility has a requirement that in, say, year X, the GHG emissions to meet the utility's load must not exceed Y metric tons per megawatt hour. The non-priced program requires compliance across a longer time frame, a year or more. And over time, the maximum emitted metric tons is reduced ultimately to 0 tons by a date that is usually between 2040 and 2050, depending upon the state. Next slide, please. So that brings up the top level problem statement for non-priced programs as we see it. How can non-priced GHG programs function in a day-ahead market where only some of the participants must comply? Now, for a standalone utility not in a day-ahead market, compliance would be a relatively straightforward procurement issue. Acquire the resources needed to meet the limit and then dispatch them. In a day-ahead market, compliance would certainly still require the utility to procure the needed resources, but the added complexity is that of imports and exports through the market. Specifically, how to account for imports and exports to report on compliance. So at a minimum, a thorough tracking and accounting system would be required that provides emissions attribution to all market transfers in order to avoid over or undercounting. This would seem to require that at least some resources be designated to a load, by which I mean the resource has some sort of an obligation to serve the load, whether through ownership, contract, or some other formal mechanism. And if it were dispatched, that load could claim the energy and or emissions produced by the resource. However, some resources won't be designated to loads, and some loads may not want to participate in a designation scheme. So how to do this are things that we're going to have to figure out, and I believe WPTF is going to address several of these issues in their presentation. However, there is a compounding issue here, which is that some of these programs generally require aggressive reductions by as soon as 2030, only 4 years after the proposed go-live of the EDAM. Therefore, we also believe that control is a necessary component to ensure compliance within the day-ahead market. And by control, I mean the ability of a market participant subject to a non-priced GHG program to have some degree of control over the carbon content of what gets imported to it and what gets exported from it in the market. Now, there is one obvious solution, control solution, and that is that the utility simply offers into the market its resources at a price that ensures that those resources get dispatched. And that really just boils down to self-scheduling the utility's procured resources. However, if that is the solution the market offers, then really the utility would have to question or be questioned about what the value proposition is of being in the market if it is operating as though it was a standalone entity. Next slide, please. Before moving on to some other control solutions that we've contemplated, we should ask if market transfers are really going to be a problem for compliance. And we think that yes, it likely will be a problem. If we look at the annual emission rate from the electricity sector by subregions in the West, we can see that the average emission rate for the Pacific Northwest is very low, and that might actually assist utilities in that region to be compliant, at least until the utility's maximum emission rate falls under 0.1 metric tons per megawatt hour. But in the desert Southwest and the Rocky Mountains, the average sub-regional emission rates are much higher than the rates needed to meet compliance, even in the 2030 timeframe. But even those average rates understate what a utility subject to a non-priced GHG program would experience through market imports and exports. Now, why do I say that? If you go on to the next slide, please. This is because GHG competition will emerge in the day-ahead market. The priced programs of California and Washington will draw in the lowest emission resources first, as we've seen in the EIM. This means higher emitting resources will comprise the bulk of market imports and exports between utilities subject to non-priced GHG programs. Given how we see the landscape emerging, we took on the exercise of thinking through other options that might allow the utility to garner economic benefits of being in the market, in other words, without having to self-schedule significant parts of its portfolio, but at the same time have some control of the carbon content of its market imports and exports to ensure compliance. If we go on to the next slide, please. So I will cover two such mechanisms, the emission constraint method and the import constraint method. We're providing them as possibilities mainly to show that there are ways in which dispatch can be optimized for lowest cost while meeting non-priced GHG program compliance purposes. We're not making a claim that these are the best or the only ways to do it. We're really putting them on the table to show that it can be done. If we go to the next slide, please. The first method I'm going to discuss is the emission constraint method. Here, the utility would set a maximum emission rate for the dispatch interval as, let's say, X metric tons per megawatt hour. In the graphic to the left, the non-priced GHG zone might set a maximum emission rate of, let's say, for example, 0.3 metric tons per megawatt hour for a particular dispatch interval. The optimization would then select resources to be attributed to the non-priced GHG zone at lowest system cost while not exceeding the maximum portfolio emission rate. This attribution of resources in the emission constraint method is very similar to the resource-specific method used by EDAM to deem certain resources to the priced GHG zone, except in this case, the attribution is being made on price and emission. It's important for me to say that this method does not attribute only resources that can meet the specific maximum emission rate. Rather, it selects resources that, as a pool of resources, can meet the maximum emission rate and energy requirements of the non-priced GHG zone. So using my example of 0.3 metric tons per megawatt hour, this method does not require that the resources that get selected to the non-priced GHG zone must not exceed 0.3 metric tons per megawatt hour, but the aggregate of the resources selected to serve that GHG price zone must meet the 0.3. So a higher emitting resource could be dispatched, be assigned to the non-price GHG zone and be offset by a lower emitting resource. And I see there's some questions. So Isabella, do you want to proceed?
Yeah, we have 2 questions in the room. So Claire, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for this, Doug. I just have a clarifying question about this particular slide, and that is, what are you assuming about resources G1, G2, and G3? Are those utility-owned resources, utility-owned and contracted resources? Are they located in the utilities BAA? Just want to understand what's in that bucket. Thanks.
Sure. It's a good question, Claire. The G1, G2, G3 are within the non-price GHG zone. And my base assumption here is that they are owned or contracted to the GHG zone. In reality, they could be multiply owned. There could be resources which are designated to another load serving entity outside. Those could all be accommodated in this scheme, but for simplicity purposes, I'm just keeping it to this kind of simple G1, G2, G3 are resources owned and operated by the, or at least owned or contracted to the non-price GHG zone. Is there another question?
Yeah, we have 2 more questions in the room. Let's go Anya and then Callie.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Doug. This is Anya Gilbert with the CAISO. Just hoping that you could dig into the term must offer obligation a little bit more in terms of how it's being used in relation to the emission constrained dispatch. I'll note that California has a very specific definition of must offer obligation in the RA context in terms of offering in a 24/7 basis. But I'm hearing you use the term must offer obligation in a different way related to making that capacity available, but that generation is meeting a certain emissions rate in that non-priced GHG zone. Could you elaborate on that term a little bit more?
Sure, Anya. And thanks for bringing that up, because that's exactly where I was going next in the conversation to describe that. So before I go on to that, if there's any other question that's not the same as Anya's, why don't we take that and then I can go into the must offer obligation.
Hi, Doug. This is Callie Wells with Western Power Trading Farm. Actually, Anya asked one of the questions I had, so I will defer until that conversation up next. But the other question I did have was, I'm assuming you envision that this would work in conjunction with the resources or with the CAISO's current resource-specific attribution for the price-based policies. Have you thought through how those two would interact together? Because it seems like you could have a resource that the market would have to decide if it's being designated to only non-priced, only price-based, or maybe a combination thereof. So I wasn't sure if that was a complexity yet that you had really thought through on how this would work with the existing design.
Right. Thanks for that question, Callie. Yes, we have. We've done some pretty extensive modeling of how this would work if there were the priced GHG zones. Let's say California or Washington were in here, and how the dispatch would be optimized there. And it can be done. I didn't include that here because it just actually makes this much more complicated to understand. But in a paper I'm putting together to kind of explain these methods a little bit more thoroughly, I will include examples of how that would work with the resource-specific method that CAISO is going to use for the cap and trade systems. So I'll defer your question to there if I can.
That makes complete sense. I understand wanting to start at this point. Thanks. I'll look forward to that paper.
Okay, if there are no more questions, I'll move on.
There's one more question here in the room, so
Okay.
Alyssa.
Doug, this is Alyssa Casewooder with Bonneville. Hopefully, quick question. As you have talked about it with the state group, is this approach something that's just envisioned for those utilities that are subject to a non-pricing program, or is it envisioned as something that would potentially have broader application to anybody that wanted to have their own individual utility goals and be meeting those?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Lisa. I think there's a policy question there. Really, and I'll get into this in a little bit, but there's a policy question there of whether or not the program is state sanctioned or state mandated. And if it's not state mandated, then I think there could be an issue that could come up at FERC that because this is going to affect dispatch, and that means it is going to affect prices. And I think that could be a complication if it were, let's say, a voluntary program. So at least for purposes of this discussion, we're assuming that it is a state mandated program. I think if it's a voluntary program, that would we'd have to put more thinking into that. Okay, if no more questions, I'll move on.
There's one more in the room that just popped up. Doug.
Okay.
Sorry, this is Angela Tangetti with the California Energy Commission, and it's just semantics of some terminology on the slide, because we are also trying to develop marginal energy and marginal greenhouse gas emission costs. But the way you defined it as an aggregate of resources that are coming in at the time. So would we really call it a marginal GHG cost, or would it be more like an average cost? Again, I know this is semantics, but again, we're being asked to develop some similar metrics as well too, and we're really struggling with the average versus marginal GHG cost.
Right. It's a very good question. It's also got a very nuanced answer. It is not an average. It is a genuine marginal cost. And when I get to the next slide, I think I'll be able to explain that a little bit better to you. So if we can hold that to then, I think I'll be able to explain it to you at that point. So if no other questions, I'll move on. I'm going to go back then.
There's no questions on the WebEx.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Anya's original question. What is this must offer obligation? Because I am using it a little bit differently, and perhaps I need to come up with a different kind of name or nomenclature for it. But it's an important obligation for the non-priced GHG zone utility to have this obligation, and that is it must offer into the market a portfolio of generation that not only can meet its load, in other words, it has to be resource sufficient, but that portfolio also has to be able to meet the maximum emission rate that it has set for that interval. If you don't have that obligation on the utility, you can get infeasible dispatch situations. So this is whenever this emission constraint is going to be enabled, then this must offer obligation has to be met by the utility. I also use the term designated resources here. And just very simply, those are resources that are committed to a load in some way, and they would be attributed to the load that they are committed to, whether that's in the non-priced zone or somewhere else. In the diagram on the left side, G6 is, I have designated to the non-price GHG zone, and G8 is designated outside of the non-price GHG zone. So if G6 were dispatched, it would have its energy and emissions attributed to the non-price GHG zone. And conversely, G8, because it's designated outside the non-price zone, it could not be attributed to the non-price GHG zone. It would not be allowed to be attributed there. Like the priced GHG programs, this produces an energy marginal cost and a GHG marginal cost. In the examples I show, resources attributed to the non-price GHG zone would receive the energy and the GHG marginal cost, and the load in the non-price GHG zone would pay the energy and the GHG marginal cost. Resources not attributed to the non-price GHG zone would be paid only the energy marginal cost, and load outside the non-price zone would only pay the energy marginal cost. This is identical to the way the priced GHG resource specific method works. And I should point out that, sorry, go ahead. Question?
When you're ready to take a question, we have a hand from Jessica.
Okay, yeah, we can take a question now.
Okay, Jessica, go ahead.
Jessica Zano, Puget Sound Energy. A question on the marginal energy cost and GHG marginal cost. Are you seeing those being set at the participant level, at the BA level, the zone level, et cetera? Like where are you seeing that being set? It sounds from this example at the participant level, but just wanted to clarify.
Right. So the way EDAM, at least as I understand it, the way EDAM is going to work is that those prices would be set at the BA level. And I'm well aware of the fact that there may be embedded load serving entities within a BA that are subject to a priced, non-priced GHG program, and there may be other LSEs in the same BA that are not subject to it, and that is an issue. But I think the way that would be handled is that the scheduling coordinator for the BA would do a proration, would do an after dispatch proration of resources between the multiple LSEs, so that it's fairly allocated between the non-priced and the LSEs that have no restriction on them whatsoever. So that's an issue that I don't cover specifically here, but in the follow-up paper I will be covering that issue.
Okay, thank you. So like for an example, like tri-state, for example,
right.
That could be encapsulated. Okay. And then do you see that, just it's more of a technical question, but as being captured in that provider's OAT and how those costs are allocated?
I'm not quite sure it would have to be in the OAT. I think that's a question for the FERC lawyers in the room. That could likely be a retail rate question rather than a wholesale rate question, and so might be more subject to state jurisdiction, but I would defer to the FERC lawyers on that issue.
Thank you, Doug.
So let's see. We were talking about the GHG marginal cost and the energy marginal cost, and I should point out here, and I'm going to get into it a little bit, there is a policy question, which I'll discuss, about whether the GHG marginal cost should be paid to generators. And again, I'll discuss that in a little bit more detail in a moment. One last point before going to a worked example is that the emission constraint method does not need to be enabled in every single dispatch interval. It is a relatively easy thing to turn this constraint off in any interval, for example, by stipulating a maximum emission rate that is absurdly high, like 1 million pounds per megawatt hour. Everything can pass through that hurdle. So turning the emission constraint off also serves as an off-ramp in times when reliability of the grid might be in question, or if, for example, prices exceed some threshold. As the compliance period progresses, for example, over the course of the year, the utility would monitor its accumulated emissions from market transfers and make determinations of which dispatch intervals it would need to enable the emission constraint and which it would not. If we go to the next slide, please.
So Doug, before we go on to the next slide, we have a
Sure.
couple questions in the room and then another question on the WebEx. So Todd Ryan's in the room.
Okay, I think you
Todd
want to go
Ryan
back
with
to the
Pacific
last.
Gas and Electric. Doug, really interesting proposal here. And you just touched on what I was going to ask about, which is kind of the intertemporal budgeting of your carbon. It would seem to me that you'd need to kind of reflect that opportunity cost of taking emissions today versus tomorrow over the course of the year somehow in the dispatch. Have you given much thought to that?
Yes, we have. We considered the idea of GHG adders and those sorts of things. I think that I think those are policy issues, which if, for example, there's a desire among the utilities subject to these non-priced programs to look deeper into an emission constrained dispatch, as an example, those would be part of the policy issues. They'd need to think very deeply about what those opportunity costs are, how they would be expressed in the dispatch. I don't think it would be difficult to express them in the dispatch. I think the difficulty is, would it be just and reasonable? I think those are the issues that would have to be thought through. Anything else before we move on?
Yeah, we have two more questions in the room. Callie?
Hi, it's Callie Wells with WPTF again. A couple questions. Actually, that comment just spurred the same question I think Todd just asked is, have you thought through how to allocate those emissions throughout the year? Because it might be more beneficial to allow maybe higher emissions during certain periods of the year versus others. And how do you even go about making sure that in the long run, over the course of that, I'm assuming it's an annual restriction, you're getting the right optimal outcome when it comes to the emissions. So it sounds like you've thought through that, so I won't belabor that question. But I had, a higher level price question here. I know you're going to get into some examples with some specific numbers, but I thought I'd throw it out here now. A couple of times you referenced that maybe it's a policy question as to whether or not the market should be printing a price or a cost associated with these programs. So I guess in my mind, what I'm kind of thinking through, and I guess my question is this what you are referring to as a policy question, is whether or not the market should be generating a cost in the dispatch and whether or not people should be paid this cost for a policy that doesn't have a cost associated with it. And I think this might go back to maybe the question earlier about a marginal GHG cost. Does it make sense for the market to be printing off this cost for a program that, again, doesn't have it? In my mind, it's more of a planning or procurement program, and there's no specific marginal GHG cost associated with it. So when you're saying there's a policy question around that, is that what you're referring to, or is it something else?
No, I think you've captured it. The policy question is whether that GHG marginal cost, it will be produced. You can ignore it if you want. And that's the question. Should it be ignored, or should it actually be part of the actual settlement of costs? And I'll discuss that a little bit more as we get into it.
Okay, yeah, I actually think that maybe there's a higher level policy question, and that's the first one, is should it be generated in the first place in the act when you're talking about a centralized, optimized, least cost dispatch market. So I think maybe that's also another threshold policy question that might warrant some discussion.
I guess in my mind, Callie, that's the same question as should it just be ignored and not reported out? Okay, it's there. I mean, when you put a control mechanism in place, it doesn't even matter if it's self-scheduled or if you're going to use the emission constraint or the import constraint that I'll talk about next. There is a cost which arises. It can be ignored. It can be not reported out, but it is there if you look for it inside the math. It will be there. So I think maybe that's the same thing. At least that's how I'm treating it. Ignore it or not.
Okay, yeah, I'll wait to that conversation. I think I see it a little bit differently, but I'll defer until we get to that point. Thanks.
Okay. So if we go on to the next slide.
There were a couple
So-
more questions, Doug, if you're willing to take them now.
Sure, let's go ahead.
Okay. Anya, do you still have a question?
Yeah, I thought maybe we could, this is Anya Gilbert with the KISIS policy team. I thought maybe just if we can go back to the last slide, if we could spend a little bit more time just on that idea of SC essentially having the ability to budget that. And I think that gets to Todd and Callie's question about the role of the scheduling coordinator or the utility, because I am seeing kind of the ability for the utility to kind of recognize that during certain periods of the year, emissions are going to be higher versus maybe those shoulder seasons where you have high hydro and more solar and maybe you don't need that budget in place. So I am seeing that in the proposal. Maybe you can talk about that a little bit more. And then I guess the other topic to maybe talk about is Todd's question about the opportunity cost. I think for the non-priced GHG zone, you know, different utilities maybe are differently situated. Some of them may be able to meet that maximum emissions rate with their internal fleet based on their IRP procurement to date, whereas some may not be able to meet that. And I think for those that are not able to meet that, is it a policy question in terms of, does the ISO need to update its opportunity cost adders to be able to reflect the cost of maybe not meeting compliance in those GHG regulation areas? And is that an applicable cost that could be reflected in the market? So maybe just some thoughts there, but issues to maybe think about reacting to.
Well, the opportunity cost question, I think, is it gets very deep very quickly, I think. But my top line on that is, to your point about whether a utility can meet it or not, I see the must offer obligation as being ironclad here. Because if it is not enforced, then the market operator cannot guarantee that there will be a solution. They would have to relax that emission rate in order to get a solution if the utility is not able to meet it on a standalone basis. So that's kind of where I come out on that issue. The first issue, I'm trying to remember exactly what the question was. Could you repeat it, Anya?
Maybe just if you could speak a little bit more to how a utility would budget over the course of the year.
Right. I think it would be very similar to what they do now, which is, you know, it's the responsibility of the utility to monitor through the year its own progress towards meeting its requirement. That wouldn't change. That's the way it is now, and that would not change in this particular emission constraint proposal. So they would have to know when and what kind of maximum emission rate to specify in any particular interval, and it might be enforced during high emission periods. It might be relaxed during low emission periods, but they would be responsible for tracking it over the year. And as you get close to the end of the year or close to the compliance period, you would know better where you need to set that maximum emission rate in order to come in at the number that you need to come into. So I think the easiest way I can explain it, Anya, is that is a responsibility for the utility today. That would be a responsibility for it in the future.
Thanks.
Okay, we have another question in the room and then one more online or two more online.
Okay.
Mary.
Thank you, Doug. This is Mary Winkie from the Public Generating Pool. I think my question is a little bit of a follow-up on what Callie was asking about what and articulating kind of what are the policy decisions that impact this design and how it's implemented. And I think what I'm curious about is, are we certain that the non-pricing programs sort of require a kind of, short-term market price signal, if they are really more sort of focused, at least in the next few years, on sort of long-term procurement and transitioning of portfolios. So I'm just curious if there has been sort of clear direction from those states with those policies on this, or how we should be considering this. And I know we're going to be talking a little bit more about this in the following discussions in this meeting, but I'm just kind of curious if you could give a perspective on that.
Well, yeah, we've had quite a few discussions about that. Characterizing these as a procurement program, I think, does not capture the intent of these programs. They are load-based programs. The utilities subject to them are required to not exceed a certain number of tons of carbon, let's say on an annual basis. In Oregon, it's a 3-year basis, but in most of the other states, the compliance is based on an annual basis. And as I said earlier, I think on a standalone basis, a utility just operating its own BA, it would do, I think, exactly what you said. I think the complication in the market is transfers in and out of the market. And what does that do if the utility has no control over the carbon content of transfers coming into it? How would it meet its compliance if it has no control over that? I think, that there is, I guess, not to put too sharp a point on it, but I think there is a perception in the Pacific Northwest that this is not really a big problem because the average emission rate in the Pacific Northwest is so low due to the abundance of hydro. That's not the case in the desert Southwest, and it's not the case in the Rocky Mountains, which is why I think some of those utilities have become more interested, is probably the right word. They've become more interested in ways in which they might have more control over what comes in through the market. So if there are any other questions, we can ask those, or we can move on. I think in interest of time, we might want to move on to the next slide.
Okay. Yeah, let's go over the next couple slides and then maybe pause again for questions.
Okay. If you go to the next slide, please. So I'm going to give an example here where we have two zones. I have Zone A and Zone B. B is the rest of the market. Zone A has set a maximum emission rate of 0.38 metric tons per megawatt hour, and that equates to 133 metric tons if I multiply that by its load of 350. Zone A desires a dispatch solution in which the resources attributed to it would meet the 350 megawatt hours that it needs, but also would not exceed 133 metric tons of emissions. We see in the must offer calculation just below the blue box that it has offered a portfolio of 526 megawatt hours, so it is resource sufficient. And the portfolio meets a maximum emission target. Its portfolio is 0.37, and that is less than the 0.38 that it has set. We've also just set up G6 and G8 to be designated to A and to outside of A, respectively. So and lastly, the red numbers are the specific emission rates in metric tons per megawatt hour for these specific generators. If we go on to the next slide, please. So the resulting dispatch is shown in this table, and we can see that down on the bottom rows in gray there, that the energy attributed to A is exactly 350. which is what the load was, and the emissions attributed to A are exactly 133 metric tons, which was our maximum target. And those emissions arise from G1, which was dispatched. G2 and G3 were not dispatched. G5 and G6 were dispatched, and their emissions got attributed to A. G8 was also dispatched, but it was not allowed to be attributed to A. So we see that that the energy marginal cost, or what gets produced, is an energy marginal cost of $45.24 from this in both A and B. And the GHG marginal cost comes out to be $9.76 in this particular example. The must offer obligation, though, means that the GHG marginal cost is very often going to be zero. When it's not zero, it means that the emission constraint actually was binding in that particular dispatch interval, but it would normally probably not be binding. So in the models that we've run, it binds, it was binding maybe 10% of the time, but that depends completely on what the makeup of the market looks like. So you wouldn't really know what that was going to be until you actually saw it in the market context. The load in A would pay the energy plus GHG marginal cost, and that comes out to $55. And the generation attributed to A would receive the energy and the GHG marginal cost. The load in B would pay $45.24, and the generation not attributed to A would receive that amount. And as I said before, that's exactly how it works in the priced GHG version, the resource-specific version. So why don't we pause here? If there's more questions, we can take them here.
Yeah, so there are a few people on the WebEx who have had their hand raised for a while. So let's go to their questions first and then come back in the room.
Okay.
Oh, great. I think I'm unmuted. Catherine Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Kathleen.
Yes.
Hi. Yes, and thanks for taking my question. And it's not going to be about the details on your slides. I apologize, Doug. But I do want to ask you a question and kind of tease it out, because I have been thinking about this non-priced GHG for a while, and the way I have been thinking about it is different, and I'm wondering if it's my perspective or my lens. And if you're not familiar with Vistra, we're a large competitive power provider, so we own highly efficient natural gas and battery energy storage assets. So for that context of generator owner operator, I'm trying to figure out if I'm just looking at this from the opposite perspective, and so I wanted to see if we could sync up, or if you could help clarify this for me. So I have not been thinking about the non-price GHG issues as opportunity cost adders. I think of them as, you do have opportunity costs, but what is your opportunity cost? So from like a hypothetical scenario, you're talking about, if you go back to the slide with the example of the area with the generators 1, 2, and 3 nested.
Okay, if you go back a slide.
I apologize.
Can we move back one slide?
Or 2 slides. Yeah.
Oh.
So the way that I think about it is, let's say that I own generator 1. So I'm the owner operator of generator 1. And under this non-price GHG zone, I do think of it as kind of a procurement program where, as the owner of generator 1, I would offer my resource to a load serving entity that is trying to, comply with this quote unquote program. And we would enter into a contract that would have some kind of bidding obligation. So when I hear you say must offer obligation, I think of contractual obligations under that contract. And I do think that they can vary contract by contract. So I do want to just note, I don't think it's a good idea to kind of transfer any must offer obligation administration to CAISO. just because of the complexity of what these contracts might all look like. But there would be some kind of offer obligation. And the opportunity cost is really if I failed to clear the market to be able, such that that load serving entity I had contracted with would not be able to use me for compliance because I had not cleared that market. And that risk comes in, I think, mostly in oversupply conditions when we have too much generation and then the market is picking and choosing who gets awarded. And so in that instance, you need to reflect the risk of not clearing, and the risk of not clearing is a credit. So the opportunity cost, quote unquote, of not clearing to meet your contractual obligation is actually a credit on your offer. So I would expect it to be negative price impacts rather than positive price impacts. And my example would be if I'm G1 and I'm solar, $0 incremental cost, but I have this I have this showing obligation. There's an expectation of oversupply conditions. I need to mitigate that risk. It's probably, let's say hypothetically, I value that risk at -150. My offer is going to be -150 so that I can show to my counterparty that I've done everything I can. That's how I think about this program. So I think of it as a negative, kind of like production tax credits have resulted in negative offers and negative clearing prices. So can you help me think up with, are you thinking of it the same way? You're just talking about it differently?
Excuse me. That's a good question. I'm not sure whether we're talking about it differently or not. The way I think we're envisioning this is G1, G2, G3. Let's say they're contract resources. They would be under contract to the non-price zone. And that contract would have to reflect the realities of the market. Okay, so I'm not going to assume that these are legacy contracts. Legacy contracts might have to be bid the way that you just said. They might have to be bid with negative prices in order to ensure compliance with the contract. But going forward, there would need to be a change in the way contracts are written. And I think the way that's been, I think, identified in California through its requirements that the LSEs and at least in CAISO, show good faith that they're operating within the market, show good faith effort to show that they're actually operating within the market and they're not, just low bidding the resources to ensure that they dispatch. So I think I am thinking about it maybe a little bit differently than you are.
Yeah, no, that's super helpful, Doug. It's helpful clarification that you're not thinking about this necessarily in the construct of how things are done today.
Right.
Because under today, I think we feel largely, this is how it would be managed. I do think that there are some heartburn around the GHG functionality, like counterfactual baselines because of this. You want to make sure that it's being included as earmarked to that load. But that issue aside, generally speaking from a bidding perspective, but your point is if the environmental programs, if the compliance changes and the compliance framework moves from not a source specified, but to an unspecified framework, how does the market evolve after that kind of compliance decision's made? Is that fair?
Right. That's right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate it.
Okay. I think in the interest of time, maybe we should continue on a bit. Okay, so yeah, we finished with this. But what I want to bring up here is that this question of whether the GHG marginal cost gets paid is one of the issues that we have to consider. So if we go on to the next slide, please. And I think this gets to Mary's question, what are some of the policy implications here? And the first one I have is, should the GHG marginal cost, in fact, be paid? And the argument against paying it would be that the non-priced GHG program rules incur no extra cost to the resource attributed to the non-priced GHG zone. There are no allowances that it needs to purchase. There's no additional administrative costs incurred to the attributed generators as there is in the case of the priced GHG program. On the other hand, and maybe this gets to the opportunity, at least one of the opportunity cost questions, these attributed resources are allowing Zone A to claim their emissions in order to meet its compliance target. Should Zone A be allowed to do that without some sort of compensation? These non-price GHG programs do have a cost associated with them, and this emission constraint method makes that cost explicit. The second issue is whether attribution should be voluntary, by which I mean the undesignated external resource can opt out of having its energy and emission attributed to the non-priced GHG zone, just as it can with the priced GHG programs. If the answer were yes, that is to say, if the answer were that external resources should be able to opt out of being attributed to the non-price zone, then that would imply that you would have to award the GHG marginal cost to attributed resources for the reason that why would any resource allow its energy and emissions to be attributed for no compensation when it could bid it to the priced GHG zone and receive compensation? So I think the answer to this question of whether it's voluntary or not leads to an answer of the first issue. And lastly, would FERC approve of a concept of using a state emissions requirement to impact dispatch? We are aware that there are some who have strongly held views that FERC would not approve such a concept. But since FERC has never been asked to approve such a concept, we think that opinion is speculative. The FERC, in its policy statement on state-determined carbon pricing in wholesale markets in 2021, encouraged market participants to explore methods of including state-determined carbon pricing in wholesale market designs, just as CAISO has. But importantly, it also said, quote, that encouragement does not indicate a preference for state-determined carbon pricing approach over other state policies. Whether and how a state chooses to address GHG emissions is a matter exclusively within that state's jurisdiction. So there are other reasons I believe that FERC would be open to something like the emission constraint, but ultimately only FERC can say if this method is just, reasonable, and not unduly preferential. If you go on to the next slide, please. So summarizing very quickly the emission constraint method, it's a dispatch control method which does allow utilities subject to the non-priced programs to actively manage their compliance with those programs. Does not need to be enabled in every dispatch period, so there are ample off-ramps in the case of reliability or excessive costs or other reasons. It produces both an energy and a GHG marginal cost, and then in turn prompts some policy questions about whether energy and emission attribution should be voluntary, whether the GHG marginal cost should be awarded to the attributed generation, and of course, whether FERC would approve that. The policy implications did prompt us to think about other ways we might implement control, and that led us to the import constrained method, which I'll discuss next, but why don't we talk here? Why don't we stop here for a moment and see if there are any further questions on this before we move on?
Yeah, let's go to Kelsey Martinez on the WebEx, and then we have, I think, 3 questions in the room.
This is Kelsey Martinez from PNM. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I have a couple of points and then one question that I think is pretty easy, at least compared to some of these other really deep policy questions. I just wanted to point out, when I get this kind of audience, I want to make sure everyone understands that this is not a future problem for PNM. So we have current laws that dictate our current market operations with regard to this that really started in 2023, and we're working to stay compliant with the non-priced carbon here in 2024. So I just want to flag that for everyone. This is not something that people are worried about in the future with EDAM. This is even impacting us today in EIM. And I think New Mexico is the only one that has something before 2030. Feel a bit lonely, but I'm really glad this conversation is starting. And then one other point. So when we talk about a control mechanism, like you did at the very beginning of the presentation, I also just want to flag a current control problem that we have. Outside, I think your solution would fix that, even though it would be very complicated. But in our current operations, we have no way to make sure that our designated carbon resources do not go past our 400-pound limit while participating in EIM. So that's a current problem that does not have a market mechanism to help us, and we're working with CAISO on that, but just want to flag that for everyone. And then finally, the easy question. I like the on-off piece of, turning on and off the maximum emission target. I'm wondering, do you think it would complicate design quite a bit if you made that target, like where you could modify it? So instead of just on off, you could change the limit.
So yeah, the intention is that it would be changed over the course of the year. I mean, I don't think anyone would want to change it in every single dispatch interval. You might want one rate for summer season, another rate for winter season, or hydro season and non-hydro season. It would depend upon the circumstances of the particular subregion that you're in. But yeah, it would fall. It could definitely be changed whenever it needed to be changed. That brings up a policy question, which I didn't include here, but will in the longer paper. That policy question is, who gets to control the range in which that number can be set? Because potentially, since that number affects dispatch, that could be used potentially for market manipulation. So there would have to be some guardrails around perhaps state approval of a range in which in any given year the utility can set that number to comply with what it needs to achieve in that particular year. But I think there would have to be some kind of regulatory guidelines around that. Do we have any other questions before we move on?
Yes, we have a few questions here in the room. So let's go Todd, Ryan, and then Alyssa and Callie.
Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. Again, Doug, thank you for presenting this. I know how much effort goes into this, and I really appreciate it. You got us all thinking. One thing I missed, and I apologize if it was clear, is how do the generators, external to the non-price region, how do they bid in their GHG cost? Is there would it be a rate, it feels like there should be $1 per ton equivalent, either exogenous from the model or endogenous.
So I didn't go into this deeply just because there isn't enough time, but it will be explained, I think, a little bit more in the forthcoming paper on this. But that they don't put a price to a ton. Okay, so in that sense, it's very different from the priced version. We don't try and recognize the emission rate of a specific generator in the price of that generator. They can, I mean, they can choose, let's say it's a very low emitting resource and it has market-based rate authority. It could set its rate higher and have that be dispatched into the non-priced zone. But there's no specific GHG adder. It's not needed in this particular method because the emission constraint itself is a constraint not on prices, it's a constraint on how many tons of carbon get attributed to the non-priced GHG zone. And that constraint is what produces the GHG marginal cost. In linear optimization, every constraint that's put in the optimization will create a shadow price. And so that emission constraint creates a shadow price, which is called the GHG marginal cost. Any other questions?
Let's go to Alyssa.
Doug, Alyssa K-Sweeter from Bonneville again. I appreciate this presentation. I feel like every time I hear you talk about it, I understand it a little bit better, but not fully. I guess just a reaction is that I would be really concerned if it was not voluntary for an external resource to be attributed to a non-pricing state, and I'm kind of curious as we move along in the day-to-day how this would overlay with the accounting framework that Claire is gonna present, and pair with that. And you said it, but if it's not voluntary, I would question why any resource would want to be attributed to the GHG zone if there wasn't a GHG adder included. Thanks.
So, right, that's exactly why I brought it up. But I think it's not something that I wanted to say is a necessary component of the emission constraint, because from a technical perspective, it's not necessary. But I think it is a policy issue. Doug Howe, private citizen speaking, I agree completely. I don't see how it works if it's not voluntary. But, you know, I think there are some arguments around why it shouldn't be voluntary. But again, I think that's a policy question that can be debated back and forth as, you know, this progresses further and further.
All right, another question from Callie.
Yeah, hi, this is Callie with WPTF. I have a couple questions, but I'll start with the one that I think touches on what Alyssa was just getting at as well, which is the voluntary aspect. So with that, are you envisioning some sort of reference pass from which you would measure the amount of megawatts that could be attributed to a non-priced area, similar to how the CAISO's resource-specific pass or design uses one?
It's a good question, Kelly, because I didn't include it in the original modeling because it's not a technical requirement. But I think it's a good policy question of whether there should be some kind of, you know, pre-pass, pass number one, or a reference pass, however you want to call it, that, you know, puts some limitations on who and how things would be attributed to these GHG programs. That in the GHG programs of these 6 states, leakage really isn't discussed in the legislation that enables these programs. Certainly not in the same way it's discussed for the cap and trade programs in the West. But I think many of the utilities that are subject to these programs are concerned about leakage and want that to be addressed. So I would put that in the category of policy questions to be considered.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And so maybe I'll just ask one more question for the sake of time. So you said that this design generates an explicit cost. And so on slide 17, you have that example. And I'm seeing the cost of $976, and maybe my coffee hasn't quite yet kicked in. Can you walk me through where that $976 comes from? It looks like generator 7 is the marginal resource setting the 55. But how did that 55 get split up between the 976 and the 4522?
So I guess the short example is you're gonna make yourself a little crazy if you try and figure out which generator the 976 emerged from, because it emerges from a number of the different generators. The way that particular marginal cost arises in the optimization is through the so-called shadow costs. And every constraint has a shadow cost, and that 976 arises as the shadow price, I should call it, is the more common name. It arises as the shadow price of the actual emission constraint. So a way to think of that is that would be what the cost would be if I raised the load in zone A by one more megawatt hour. That is what cost would be incurred. And the 976 arises because in order to keep the emission constraint at the 133, or the 133 plus a little bit more, it will actually dispatch up some resources and it'll dispatch down some other resources. So you get a combination of different resources, costs being contributed to that particular number of 976. That probably isn't a great explanation. In the paper that would be forthcoming on this, that will be more explicitly identified.
Okay, oddly enough, that did make sense to me. So it sounds like it's more of a difference in the energy costs associated with the redispatch of the resources to meet that, to keep that constraint met.
Right.
So, okay, so this kind of goes back and I won't, we don't have to talk about it now, but maybe put a pin in it for further discussion is what does that 976 actually represent? Because when I think of GHG marginal cost, it is that cost of the GHG component, the emissions component. And when you're looking at just the cost of energy dispatch differences between resource, obviously there's a lot of other costs thrown into those bids.
Right.
So yeah, just maybe something that we can think through and have further discussions on. But thank you.
Sure. Let me move on then to the next slide. I said there's early on, I said there's a second way we looked at this, and some of the policy implications from the emission constraint method, got us thinking about, well, are there some ways that we can maybe avoid some of those? And in particular, can we avoid that kind of GHG marginal cost policy question of should it be paid, should it not be paid? Because it's a very thorny question. This led us then to the import constraint dispatch. As with the emission constraint method, the import constraint would also allow the utility to specify the maximum emission target for the interval and would require that the utility have a must-offer obligation for any interval in which the constraint is enabled. So it's like the emission constraint in that respect. Also, like the emission constraint method, this method would not need to be enabled in every dispatch interval. And so there are off-ramps in the cases of reliability problems or excessive costs. The difference in this method is that we do not attribute specific external resources to the non-priced GHG zone, except of course those that were designated to the load, have some obligation to the load. This effectively moots the issue of whether attribution should be voluntary or not. Instead, we compute the emissions attributed to the non-priced GHG zone as the emissions due to internal generation that gets dispatched, plus emissions due to market imports, minus emissions due to market exports. In this case, the optimization will choose the internal generation and the amount imported and exported to minimize total system cost while still meeting that maximum emission rate. But to do this, we have to establish an imported emissions rate and an exported emissions rate. In a sense, I think they're very much like the residual emission rate that I think WPTF will bring up in their presentation. There are several ways that this could be done to figure out what those emission rates are, import and export. But I've chosen to base the import and export emission rates on what is actually offered into the market pre-dispatch, and then apply a correction post-dispatch for what actually got dispatched in the market. A more exact approximation, though, could be achieved through a pre-dispatch market pass, a reference pass. But I did not do that in this particular example, again, for simplicity purposes. Once we've established what our pre-dispatch import and export emission rates are, we just use those to calculate the imported emissions by multiplying those numbers by the import, the actual import and the actual export that's determined through the optimization. Unlike the emission constraint method, this import constraint method does not calculate an explicit GHG marginal cost, but rather that cost differential in energy marginal cost for A and B is reflected in their separate energy marginal costs. In other words, the GHG marginal cost is not directly calculated, but it's implicit in the energy marginal cost. If we go on to slide 14. So we're using this slide 14.
I think it's slide 21 in this deck.
I'm sorry. My numbering is off. Thank you. So again, we have the same basic setup with slightly different offers. We must calculate the pre-dispatch import and export emission rates. And for this example, I chose to calculate the export emission rate as simply the average portfolio emission rate, including any designated resources, which in this case is G6. And in this example, that comes out to 0.363 tons per megawatt hour. And that will be applied to any exports from the non-priced zone in order to calculate export emissions. Likewise, the pre-dispatch import emission rate was calculated as the average portfolio emission rate for the remainder of the market, excluding any designated resources, which in this example are G6 and G8. And that comes out to 0.615 metric tons per megawatt hour, which will be applied to all megawatt hours imported into the non-priced zone. Next slide, please. We'll go on to what the results are. So the dispatch results are shown in this table. And we see in this case that the energy marginal costs for A and B separate, much as they would if import and export were limited by transmission constraints. So the load in A would pay $51.20, and generators in A would get $51.20, and load in B would pay $44, and generators in B would get $44 in this particular case. To calculate the emissions attributed to the non-price GHG zone, we first calculate the internal generation emissions. We see that only G1 was dispatched, 186 megawatts, and that contributed 85.56 tons to the tally. Then we need to look at import and export emissions. We see there's no export, and there was only import of 77.2 megawatt hours in this example, and using the pre-dispatch rate of 0.615, that would contribute 47.48 to the total of 133, which was our maximum limit. However, if we recalculate the import emission rate using what actually got dispatched, we would find that rate to be 0.773, higher than the pre-dispatch estimate because G4 and G5 were dispatched and they are relatively high emitting resources. Turning up the emissions attributed to A using the post-dispatch rate produces 145.2 metric tons, which is 12.2 tons over our limit. The post-dispatch true-up could be higher or lower or the same as the value based on the pre-dispatch. That would entirely depend upon the specific market offers during that particular dispatch interval. The true-up in this particular case exceeded the established maximum, but I don't see that as being really very problematic. Remembering that compliance is measured on an annual or longer basis, there would be opportunity to target that maximum emission rate and better fine-tune it as the year goes on so that you arrive over the course of a year meeting the limitation. In other words, I believe this is manageable. The fact that you don't get exactly the number that you pre-specified as you do in the emissions constraint. One last point to make here is that the normal way of collecting revenue and paying generators would have us collect the marginal cost for A from the load of A and pay generators in A the marginal cost for A, likewise for B. In this case, though, that produces an imbalance of revenue and payments. And in this case, more revenue is collected from the load than is distributed to generators. So there's a question of how to distribute the excess revenue. This imbalance would not happen when the import constraint does not bind, which we would expect to be pretty often due to the must offer obligation. But when it does bind, you will get this imbalance and you have to figure out what the allocation for that is. You might recognize this is an analogous issue which arises in the context of transmission congestion. In effect, this method creates what you might call emission congestion, though I'm not going to propose that as an official term. I'm also not proposing that emission congestion rights be sold. In this simple case, the obvious solution would be to simply refund the overcollection to the load bay, since they are the ones who paid the overcollection in the first place. But there's admittedly a policy question on how to handle that. So if we go on to the next slide, in summary of the import constraint, like the emission constraint, limits emissions attributed to the non-price GHG zone and also need not be enabled in every interval. So there are off-ramps when reliability or cost is a question. A difference is, excuse me, down to the last few minutes and the voice is going, I apologize. A difference with the import constraint is that we need to make pre-dispatch estimates of import and export emission rates, and then true those up to the actual on a post-dispatch basis. This requires then more management on the part of the utility to monitor its emissions over the compliance year and maximum, and manage its maximum emission rate accordingly. Another difference is that it does not explicitly calculate a GHG marginal cost. So the issue of whether to pay it or not is effectively mooted, but replaces it with a policy question of how to distribute revenue over collection when that happens. And of course, there is the question of whether FERC would approve this. It's the same question that we asked in the other one. If we go on to slide 17, this just compares the pros and cons of each. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through it. They're pretty much the opposite of each other. One is able to calculate emissions exactly. The other one approximates emissions. So they have different pros and cons to them. If we go on to slide 16, sorry, my numbering's off. If we go on to the next slide, thank you. So in conclusion, control mechanisms that offer the benefits of the day-ahead market do exist, which can assist utilities subject to non-priced GHG programs in complying with those programs. But for some of those impacted utilities, joining a day-ahead market may depend upon whether the market offers adequate tracking, accounting, and control to meet compliance. Ultimately, it's up to the utilities subject to these programs to make the case to their air and energy regulators that by joining a particular day-ahead market, they will not only be able to accurately report on their compliance, but can assert that they can comply with the non-price program while reaping the benefits of a day-ahead market. And I will stop there and take a breath. And I guess we have a minute or two more to take some questions.
Thanks, Doug. And to the extent you're available past 10:30, I think we have a little bit of flexibility with the agenda to take some questions. We do have 2 questions online and then I think 2 or 3 in the room. So let's go to Kathleen Colbert and then we'll pause and come back for questions in the room.
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. And I'll be brief, I think my comment applies to both of your scenarios, but I just wanted to share that I have a fair bit of experience with the concept of a max constraint within the market. And the way that you're talking about it as increasing costs is not consistent with my understanding of the market functionality. So I just wanted to clarify that when a max constraint is enforced, it's also called a right-hand side limit. A right-hand side limit, when it binds, is relaxed at a negative penalty price. So that shadow price you were talking about is negative. And the reason it's negative whenever we have max constraints is because you need the prices to go down to ensure that the signal is sent that there is an unwillingness to pay for that supply at that level. And so whenever we have max issues like you're talking about, Doug, the values go down, they don't go up. So I just wanted to make sure people aren't walking away a little confused about the type of constraint and its impact to the market.
Yeah, Callie, I think the difference that we're seeing is just a difference in the way we're handling the constraints. Both the max constraint is a less than or equal to constraint. You're right, it's a right-hand side constraint. and it operates through a less than or equal constraint in the optimization. Again, the shadow price that arises from that is a shadow price that would occur if you increased the load in the zone by 1 megawatt hour. That will cause the price to go up. Or in fact, if you increase
it should cause it to go down. In CAISO, the way we enforce that constraint, it will go down instead of going
I
up.
understand. I understand, but that's because in the EIM, CAISO has chosen California CAISO as the reference for the market. So the GHG cost goes down. I believe that's going to change in the EDAM. Maybe someone from CAISO can correct me, but I believe that those marginal costs are going to be positive in the EDAM going forward because the reference is being changed.
That's right, Doug.
Oh, that's really interesting. So like we have a max gas burn constraint that is the same formulation in our market. And so that max gas burn constraint, when it relaxes, the LMPs go down, which is why I'm struggling to see how it ever goes up. So maybe, Anya, you can give an example of how a right-hand side would ever do that. That would be helpful.
Perhaps we can take that offline and I can kind of go through what the math is doing there. But I think we're just looking at this in a different way. I don't think either of our math is incorrect.
Okay, great. Yeah, let's talk more. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Claire.
Thanks, Doug. Can we go back to what I think it was your slide 14. I don't know what, the one that shows a simple example. Yeah, so I had a clarifying question here and then a follow-up if my assumption is correct. So clarifying question is, if I'm interpreting this correctly, what the import constraint dispatch would do is it would also be calculating a volume of exported energy based on the emission rate. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
so then the follow-up question is, what if these emission factors were reversed? What if the portfolio emission rate is 0.6 and the pre-dispatch import emission rate is, lower than that? What's going to happen?
It's probably going to import a lot, would be my guess. It might displace all of the generation.
Could it still have an export from zone A in that same interval?
Chances are, well, it depends, Claire. I mean, it depends upon what the numbers are. The import and the export rate are only part of how the optimization is going to determine what gets imported and what gets exported. So
yes,
I
guess what I'm getting to is if like G3 is relatively cheap, you've got a higher emitting resource in the zone that's relatively cheap, and you're just comparing, you're allowing the design, the market design to get what it considers the lowest emission rate for zone A. Isn't that going to effectively do the resource shuffling thing that we've been trying to avoid by just sending the dirtier stuff out and replacing this clean?
It could do that. Absolutely. It could do that. Resource shuffling is pretty hard to avoid, but that goes, I think, to the question that was asked earlier about leakage and should there be some kind of pre-pass on this, whether to limit what is able to be imported or exported or attributed to the GHG zone. And I think those are good questions. I didn't do that here. For simplicity purposes, and also because these programs don't even mention leakage as a concern. But I know several of the utilities that are subject to these programs are concerned about that. So that would be a subject that would, I think, surely be covered.
Okay, and just one more comment to add to your list of policy questions. We noticed that in the import example, in the emission constraint example, you have the same marginal energy cost for zone A and zone B, and then any divergence is reflected in what I think you're calling the greenhouse gas marginal cost. Whereas here, and I think it's on the next slide, you show a separate marginal energy cost for zone A and zone B. And so I think just for policy consideration to throw into the mix is whether it's desirable to have separate marginal energy costs.
Well, this has been tailored, admittedly, for EDAM. Okay, so as I understand EDAM, EDAM is going to compute a separate LMP for each BA. And if I'm wrong about that, please someone at CAISO correct me. So separate prices will emerge in different BAs depending upon a lot of different characteristics that are going on in the market. And the emission constraint might be one of those, for example.
Thanks, Doug. Let's go to Stuart Kelly, and then we have one more question.
I'm just thinking of both the emission constraint and the import constraint, and obviously, as you've highlighted, the prices will go up to implement this in the non-price GHG zones. That said, I do believe something like your emission constraint is ultimately going to be needed in a non-priced and a priced GHG zone. And I don't know if we can go back to the questions you posed about the emission rate, but one thing that I've just been thinking about as you've gone through your presentation is, if there is consistency in the treatment of renewables and what they get paid or don't get paid when it comes to a GHG payment, if you have that consistency, it may overcome some of the problems with the emission constraint, and it also may lead to a trade-off. There may be higher prices from implementing an emission constraint, but if you're getting savings in the priced area from not having to make the payments to renewables that don't have the carbon tax obligation, you still meet all the compliance components, but you allow that trade-off to occur, and you allow an emission constraint to be implemented, albeit at a higher price from the constraint binding, but you get the trade-off from the savings. And I think one thing that this also points to is the need to get good reporting on these costs so that informed decisions can be made. But I think it's something worth looking at seriously from a priced GHG area as well as a non-priced GHG area, because they're going to face the same problems.
I think those are great points, Stuart. Thanks for making them. It goes on my list of things to have to think about.
Thanks.
All right, last question from Anya.
Sure, this is Anya Gilbert with the CAISO's policy team. Thanks so much, Doug, for coming and presenting not just one approach, but two. For your import constrained dispatch approach, appreciate that you're kind of responding to some of the potential challenges with costs and opt-in provisions. I was hoping you could spend just a few moments just talking a little bit more about what you mean by pre-dispatch. You know, is this really considered what was registered, what was bid, kind of a potential new market run? Just spending a little bit more time on that aspect of the design.
I'm sure if you could go back to the previous slide, I guess that would be 21, right? So the way I've calculated it, and I'm not making a contention that this is the only way or the best way to calculate it. The pre-dispatch export rate would be the average rate of what is offered in the non-priced zone. And why would I do that? Well, if there's an export from the non-price zone, it's going to be made up of a subset of, you know, what is in that zone, and therefore that export emission rate, that pre-dispatch export emission rate based on the portfolio, is perhaps the most reasonable rate we can apply without doing some extra work. And likewise on the pre-dispatch import emission rate, if there's an import going into, excuse me, if there's an import going into the non-price zone, that import's going to be made up of those generators that are on the right side, at least the ones that aren't already designated either to A or outside of A. And therefore the importation is going to be a subset of that. And therefore that's a reasonable estimate to use. You could get a better estimate by doing a reference run first of this. Again, I didn't do that in this particular example just for simplicity purposes, but as a thought experiment, you could run this dispatch as kind of a reference run to see what you actually get dispatched in imports and in exports, and calculate those rates from that, and then use those as the actual dispatch run and that I believe would get you closer. It won't get you exactly there, because if you change those emission rates, either the export or the import, it's going to change dispatch once again. But it would get you closer, is what my modeling has suggested. So that would be a possibility as well.
Thanks, Doug. It's an interesting question for how this might interact with the resource-specific approach and the current counterfactual. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Doug, for taking the time to present this to us today. I think we are going into a break. So let's take a 10-minute break and come back here at 10:50, and then we'll hear from WPTF before lunch. So 10-minute break. See you all back here at 10:50. Thanks again, Doug. All right, everyone. Hope you had a nice, quick 10 to 15-minute break. Now I'm joined up here by Claire Breidenick from WPTF, and she's going to share a proposal. So I'll turn things over to Claire.
Terrific. And have we got the slide deck up?
Yes, next slide, please. Next slide.
Okay. Next slide, please. I don't need to worry about the title. You can read it. So what I'm going to go through today is our CAISO staff had asked us to reflect our interpretation of the problem statement that we're responding to. I want to cover terminologies I'm going to use throughout the slide, and then talk about what our general objective is, the components of the accounting and reporting system that we're envisioning, and then get into an illustration of how it works, an example, and conclude with a discussion of what we consider the benefits of the approach and additional considerations. Next slide. So this is our variant of the problem statement. I guess what we see, we completely agree that we do not currently have a mechanism that enables load-serving entities to account for basically emissions in their portfolio and incremental market purchases for those emissions. Completely agree with that. We think that interest is broader than load-serving entities who are subject to mandatory programs. There are utilities out there with voluntary goals. There's also a growing number of large energy users that have voluntary goals. And we think it is important to think about an accounting system that would work for all those entities. Next slide. So hopefully you can all see this. What I wanted to flag here, and I'm not going to walk all the way through this, the first three bullets, I refer to assignment, attribution, and designation. And by attribution, I use that's the word that we currently have in the EDAM tariff. And what I'm referring to is the attribution or deeming of an energy to load within the greenhouse gas pricing area by the dispatch engine. When I refer to assignment, I'm referring to the ability of a utility energy user to claim energy, to say, this is my energy, this is part of my portfolio. It's not done by the dispatch engine itself. So you'll see there's a pre and post dispatch component. And then I'm just using term designation to collectively refer to those things together. Committed energy, in our view, is resources that are in a utility's portfolio, so their own resources, as well as what we would see as resources that are contracted on a specified basis, which is really, in our view, going to be critical for utilities meeting procurement-based programs. The other thing I want to flag is that I'm referring separately to what I call the greenhouse gas reduction areas, which would be states like Oregon, Colorado, that have emission load-based targets for reducing emissions, typically relative to a baseline. And then the clean energy area, which I'm referring to as the RPS or RPS-like programs. Washington Clean Energy Transportation Act is an RPS type of program. New Mexico also has a REC-based clean energy program. We don't really know what SB 100 is going to look like quite yet, but it will likely be some sort of that target program. And while those are different, I think they have similar needs in terms of being able to claim resources and account. And then I'm introducing the concept of a residual market supply with the idea, in my view, the idea is that resources are residual if they are not claimed or attributed to somebody or to a state. And that's the mix of resources that are the residual mix that's in the market supply. And there would be an emission rate. I've called it a residual emission rate, but it would be the average emission rate, generation weighted average emission rate of that residual mix. Let me see if there's anything else in there, Anita. I think that'll cover it. Next slide, please. All right, so, and again, I'm going to do you a favor and not read the slide to you. I'm going to trust that you can read it. But I wanted to say that our starting point in thinking about this, and I'm kind of contrasting this to Doug's Howe's presentation. One is that we really believe that we should have a long-term goal of developing a better tracking and accounting system for the market, to accurately account for energy, to accurately account for emissions, that tracking system should meet both the needs of states and entities that already have requirements that they know they're moving towards. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, that more states may develop programs like this. We know that there's a lot of interest in the public to have more NGOs, environmental organizations wanting to have better emissions data. And we foresee something that could meet the needs of all entities and all stakeholders. The other thing with respect to the particular problem statement of utilities that have emission reduction targets or clean energy targets, it's not clear to us that there is a need for a dispatch control function as Doug had indicated in his slide, for several reasons. One, our thinking is that if you can ensure that those entities are able to claim their own resources, and if you assume, and I do, that compliance with those sort of targets will be based on the entity's procurement, its investment, and its procurement of clean resources to meet its load. What is then left is a relatively small increment of energy. And if we can do a better job accounting for that increment of energy, as well as do a better job of accounting for the emission rate of that increment, it's not clear to us that there really is a need for a dispatch mechanism. That's something obviously utilities will have to think about in their own planning, but I'm not sure we need to get there. And then, just to caveat, even though what I'm going to walk through is something that does envision a holistic greenhouse gas accounting system, and that relies on some assumptions for how you assign energy in the market. The intention is not to impose any costs, including administrative costs, on utilities and entities and states that do not have greenhouse gas reduction goals or clean energy goals in any way. Next slide. Okay, so now we'll start getting into the overall components. So as I indicated, we see that I think there's several components of this. The first piece is we need some ability for utilities, energy users to claim committed energy. We already have, that's already planned for for California, the greenhouse gas reference, the greenhouse gas pricing areas, because we know that committed resources get around the reference counterfactual. So we would envision that that is expanded in some ways so that Portland could say, hey, these resources are mine. You know where you know what I own, but these resources are mine. We also then need to agree on a set of accounting rules for how we designate energy to specific users. And then similarly agree on what that emission rate, that determines what is in the residual supply and what the residual emission rate is. We then, after the fact, need the ability to match claims of resources to dispatched energy and associated emissions and put those into entity accounts so you can correctly account for emissions and energy. And then finally, some sort of reporting and publication system, both for regulators, for those users who want to account for those emissions, and then provide market energy to the public generally. And I'm going to trust that you're going to tell me to stop when I need to. Okay, so pre-dispatch accounting, and I think, as I said, this is, in my view, the way you're allowed to claim resources. A starting point that I think is actually critical if we want to have accurately track all energy and all emissions within the footprint, is we need to have some assumptions about how energy is assigned to entities that do not have greenhouse gas or clean energy goals. WPTF would propose that all resources owned by a utility are assigned to that utility. And the rationale for doing that is that many of the states that are putting these load-based emission or clean energy targets on their utilities, they are starting from the assumption that unless you have sold it off as specified to somebody else, it's yours and it counts towards you. This isn't intended to imply that there's a piece of work here or there would be any reporting on, say, what the emissions are for a particular utility, because that could be, all the entities that do not have a greenhouse gas target could be lumped together as kind of the non-greenhouse gas area. But we need to have that upfront assumption that we will assign the resources owned by that entity to that entity. And my assumption is that that's a function that CAISO could do because, presumably, tell me if I'm wrong, you know who owns what resource. Beyond that, we then need the ability for the contracted specified energy to be claimed. CAISO will not know that. So we need to have the ability for somebody to step up and say, that's mine, put it in my account. This would be a voluntary function, whereas I would see the assignment of owned resources as basically mandatory. We're just not mandatory, but this is what we're going to assume. The ability to claim a contracted resource is dependent on somebody opting to do that. We would not see that there's necessarily a role for the CAISO in any sort of verification. So I think you might consider for the contracted energy whether there's a need for a handshake. Does the counterparty have to say, yeah, that's right? Any verification of contractual claims should instead be left to the regulators in those states, because those requirements may look a little different from state to state. We leave that up to the regulators to figure out how that's done. And then we're also going to need to have emission factors for all resources in the footprint. We know that we've got emission factors assigned by state regulators for some subset of those resources, but we don't have others. So we just need to determine how we're going to come up with those emission factors. Is it going to be EPA data? Is it going to be EIA data? Are we just using heat rate? Something like that. Yep.
This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Thanks so much for kind of launching into this reporting approach. Maybe just some initial reactions since you've kind of made some observations about what data or what functionality CAISO may or may not have. So maybe just providing a little bit of color in terms of the assignment of resources with an LSE. our systems today look at the relationship between a resource and the scheduling coordinator. And so I think we need additional functionality to know, all right, well, what utility is that assigned to? You also brought up some of the kind of mechanisms that are in EDAM as part of allowing contracted to capacity to be available to the GHG region. As part of that effort, we need to ask that EDAM entity what contracts should be excluded from the reference run or should be considered committed capacity. So again, it's not information that we readily have, but it would be information that would need to be pulled in terms of, well, what contracts would that entail? Just wanted to provide a little bit more color in terms of that relationship between the resource and the scheduling coordinator. We have a gap between, the association with the LSC in some cases, and then for the contracted energy, just recognizing that's also information that would be needed.
Appreciate that, and that's helpful. And this is not something you're going to be able to implement overnight. It would take some time to get this up and running, but that's the general concept. Additional questions? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is going into a bit more depth about what I mentioned in terms of the assignment of energy. And I think as a starting point, we would assume that energy, actually, let me make one clarification. So what I talked about in the previous slide was a pre-dispatch claiming. What we're beginning to get into now is blending both the pre-dispatch assignment and then getting to actual post-dispatch tracking of dispatched energy and associated emissions. So starting from load serving entities, and some of these may apply to, say, an energy user, say Meta wants to track its emissions and it's against its load. So these Meta could voluntarily also register as resources. But starting point is assume that dispatched energy and associated emissions attributed to a greenhouse gas, right? So you start with assigning dispatched energy and emissions from owned resources to each utility's portfolio. From that, you would have to deduct anything that's been sold off as specified. From that, you would also deduct anything that is attributed by the dispatch engine to California, to Washington. To that, you would add, the committed stuff, and this came from pre-dispatch accounting. And then the other piece that I didn't put in here, but it occurred to me afterwards. So within a greenhouse gas regulation area, so let's envision a future where SB 100 has kicked in and you have utilities that are interested in better tracking either for SB 100 or for power source disclosure, which we're already doing. Because the greenhouse gas pricing areas have a cost built in, if there is a deficit in any entity's committed generation versus its load at any point in time, that energy is going to have to be considered as supplied by this residual mix. The caveat to that is if you're looking at, say, two utilities in California, one of them's long, one of them's short, because we do not want any greenhouse gas costs from the California Cap and Trade program leaking into the market, before you look to the residual supply, you would look to other resources, other utilities in California. In other words, if PG&E is short, Edison is long, attribute Edison's to PG&E before you then go, oh no, we additionally need this residual supply. But in the case of California, again, it's not truly going to be a residual supply. It would be more specified energy. But the point is you have to do within the greenhouse gas regulation areas, you have to do this adjustment for any transfers internally before you think about anything external. And this is not as a dispatch solution. The attribution to California is a dispatch solution. This is just getting to accounting of energy and emissions on an entity by entity basis. So coming back, the last 2 points then on then how you consider when an entity is short or long with its committed generation, dispatch generation to its load. If the entity is short, let's get outside of California for a minute. Let's move to Oregon. If the entity is short, you would attribute energy from the residual supply to that entity at the residual emission rate. If the entity is long, you would attribute that energy to the residual mix at the average portfolio rate of that entity. So it's residual supply coming in, it's utilities portfolio going out. And that's what gets you to actually making sure that the energy and the emissions match. If you are, my ideal when I think about whether somebody is tracking emissions correctly, I can know with certainty, if I know emission factors, I can know with certainty the total quantity of emissions within the market footprint at any point in time. Any accounting mechanism we come up with should total to that. So, and to do that, you have to kind of use it as the residual supply coming in to avoid double counting and the portfolio of utilities emission rate going out. Did anybody follow that? Did anybody in the room follow that? Go ahead, Anya.
This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Maybe just a follow-up question, because I think the element of the energy assigned to the LSE is really important. And maybe just to play back to you, what I'm hearing is if I'm in Oregon and I'm a utility and I've got internal generation as well as kind of contracted energy, some of that contracted energy might be attributed, some of it may be dispatched partially or fully. And effectively what you're saying with the energy assigned to the LSE is for what the generation portfolio is within Oregon for that utility and the contracts in terms of the total dispatched amount, regardless if it's attributed or just dispatched and not attributed to a GHG region, that is all accounted for in the energy assigned to the LSE. Or can you kind of clarify that?
Not all assigned to the LSE, but it is all assigned somewhere. So post dispatch, so you have, I'm going to point at Portland since we happen to have an Oregon utility in the room. So Portland has said, these are my 5 resources. And maybe only one, one is partially contracted off of, wind somewhere. And I get 50% of whatever the dispatch of this resource is at any one time. So then after dispatch, you see, of these 5, these 4 ran, you get the energy and emissions. This one did not run, you don't get the energy emissions. If it was energy that's not in their portfolios for the other 50, or if it's something they've sold off on a specified basis, so again, it's not in its portfolio, it's either assigned to another entity who has bought it, or if it's simply in the case that generation, the actual dispatch exceeds load, then it flows into the residual. Did that clarify or confuse?
No, you've got it up above, and I realize your examples go through that, but.
I'm curious about your assignment of the residual at the average admissions rate.
So it's a residual supply. So of all the resources in the market under this framework, a big chunk of them would be assigned to individual utilities or claimed in some other way. And there'll probably be some that start in the supply because we don't know who belong to. there may be IPPs out there that have generation that nobody's claimed it. So we're going to put it into the market. Somebody, maybe a Washington utility has got some excess that comes into the market that goes into the residual supply. So it's a residual quantity of energy, but the emission rate is then the average emission rate of that residual mix.
Because it's a small amount of energy that would be transferred between LSEs in the market.
And it's not actually a transfer. And I don't think of it as a transfer necessarily as the delta between what your committed supply of dispatched energy is to your load. And so if you're in some interval, your committed supply, dispatched energy exceeds your load, then that excess goes to the market. I would also argue to your regulators that you should get an emission credit for that, because at that point in time, you are supporting the market. You're not supplying your own load anymore. You're supporting the market. And, you know, a lot of my own personal thinking on this is driven by what CEC has done on the power source disclosure, what CPUC is doing on the IRP planning for greenhouse gas processes, but recognizing that there is often your own generation is supporting the market, and that you should not be held accountable for those emissions during those periods when you are supporting the market, that there should be some credit to entities for energy and any associated emissions that are supporting the market. Who's next?
Is there another question in the room?
Two.
Okay, Todd?
Todd Ryan with Pacific Gas and Electric. Thank you, Mary. I do think I followed your point about the goal being that we should only be kind of doling out all the emissions that actually occurred, right? And you got to find a home for each metric ton equivalent. I'm not sure I follow how using averages will guarantee that that occurs in each interval, month, hour.
Well, it's a generation weighted or average of what it's based on actual dispatch, and it's an average of whatever is in that pool. So for the residual pool, I'm calling that the residual market supply. That's the stuff that's not claimed. So it's a dispatch weighted average in that interval of that supply. The deduction or the credit when a utility is long is, again, its dispatch weighted average of its portfolio.
But so in the case like you're long, let's just say Portland's long and it's used its cleanest resources first, so it has a dirtier resource. When it gets subtracted out at its average portfolio, it'd be getting not enough credit to cover all the emissions that were truly supporting the market.
Yeah.
Maybe I just got to see the math, but it doesn't seem to add up.
I have tested it, and I'd be happy to send you a massive spreadsheet.
Love it.
But I guess, so I think there's a consistency argument there. So yes, you want to claim your energy, but you know, Oregon's program starts from the premise that your own resources are your own resources unless you've sold it off as specified. And for entities that have a greenhouse gas reduction target, Portland, for instance, it's actually in your interest to count your coal, because you get such a bang for your buck when you knock, you know, California utilities know this, when you knock coal out, you get a huge emission reduction benefit. And so it strikes me as inconsistent to say you have to count it in your baseline, but then we'll allow you to sell it off. So for me, it seems more arguable from a policy consistency standard to say, take the average. And then, but the average also allows you to ensure that it totals. So, you know, if we're trying to make sure that it adds up to the actual total emissions within the footprint at a time, you've got to do the averages.
Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Tangetti with the California Energy Commission. And just a clarifying question, and this is proposed to be calculated at each interval. So the system average will change at each interval. So hourly or whatever interval it is. Okay, great. And as the previous speaker said as well too, the marginal is a combination of resources that's changing. It's not just one thing. It's something's going up and something else could be going down. So their definition of marginal is kind of an average too. So I like the point here that you're making as well too. So thank you.
This is Mary Winkie from the Public Drilling Pool. I was just going to make more of a comment on this one. You know, the conversation about sort of what to do when an entity is long and how to treat that, Claire is making a specific proposal about an average of a portfolio emissions that go to the residual mix. But I do think there is potentially a number of ways to do that. You could, I think as Todd was suggesting, maybe it's you use your clean energy first and then, the more expensive resources go to the market mix. There could be different entities who want to make different decisions about how that is done. So I think a good question for this working group is sort of thinking through maybe there's potential different options to do that, and or are there issues if entities decide to use different approaches even within the same kind of accounting framework?
Did you have a question or you just? Yeah, I think that's a valid point. I'll say now, I think that this approach could accommodate different rules in different states. Like you could have one state that says you count your dirty stuff and you sell it clean, or you could have another state that does it differently. I mean, I think it could accommodate different state regulations for how you do this. I do, however, think that we'll need to have a unifying assumption for how we treat attribution of energy emissions to states that don't have anything, that quite honestly don't care. Go ahead, Anya.
Sure, this is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. Yeah, I appreciate that point about ensuring that we're able to capture the generation associated with kind of those non-price-based states that don't have a clean energy policy in place as well. Maybe just to kind of underscore the point about, whether it's an average or kind of residual mix, like ultimately I'm hearing the recommendation is this is a recommendation put forward, but the states are going to have to opine in terms of does this meet their requirements? And so I'm really seeing this as there could be a multiple of approaches just based on what different states choose to adopt, but this is a recommendation to those states. Is that fair for them to?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have a chicken and egg problem whenever we get to state regulations versus market design. And we've seen this in the conversations in the other market operator who shall not be named, in terms of talking about Washington State. And we've had this tension of, well, we can't know, the state saying, well, we can't know what we can do until we know what the market operator comes up with. And the market operator says, well, we don't know what to do until the state tells us what you need us to do. So my personal view is that we're trying to move both the market design and regulations towards a future where we can both have more consistency, better accounting, and meet the needs of multiple users. Whether a state says, yeah, this is sufficient or not, yes, obviously. I still think there would be value in moving to an approach that does full market accounting, even if we don't really know where regulations will evolve to in the coming years. I think Alyssa, next.
I'm just going to add to that. I think it's really important that we step back and talk about developing a framework that can work for everybody. But within that framework, I think there's multiple points where you could toggle different things in a way that would work for different state programs. Like the residual emissions factor, maybe they don't want to use a market residual emissions factor. Maybe they want to use something else. Maybe they want participants to have a system weighted average for what is for their owned and contracted resources that is applied, or maybe they want them to stack them in a certain way, dirty or clean first. I think all of those things, there could be flexibility across states and across participants that would still adhere to the same sort of accounting framework. And the first step in all of this is figuring out, here's the accounting framework. Now states, if this works for your program, where do you want to toggle things to make it fit your program best?
Yeah, thanks, Alyssa. I appreciate that framing. I agree.
This is Mary Winkie with the Public Generating Pool. Again, I was going to make a similar comment. I agree with what Alyssa said, that within this framework, there may be areas of, sort of user's choice or state's choice that we can identify and then, work within that framework with states to work toward consistency or decide we don't need to on particular topics. And I think Alyssa's examples were good. I also think that there may be areas that just can't be reconciled between different state policies within even a framework that we're developing. And I think that shouldn't stop us from moving forward with working on this framework and identifying what those areas are to the extent they exist. I think that will help state regulators understand where those potentially irreconcilable differences are and work toward resolving them or decide not to. I think part of this exercise is to develop a framework, but then also highlight what those areas are so that we can all talk about them with more clarity with state regulators.
Okay, next slide. So this one, I'm going to move through it fairly quickly. The salient points here is that anything that is attributed to California or Washington, a greenhouse gas pricing area by the dispatch engine, isn't counted in residual market supply, and it is not accounted in any external entity's portfolio. Because I think, even though, as we just discussed, I think this can accommodate different flexibility for different ways of claiming energy or rules for when it gets into the market supply. I think we must have a unifying principle of there will be no dual claims to the same energy, full stop. And I think that's really enough. I mean, we've talked about greenhouse gas regulation areas a lot. You all know about them. Okay, next slide. Oh, sorry. Going too fast.
I just do have a question about that first bullet on that slide. So when you're talking about calculating it at an interval level, and for example, right now in the ISO, if you look at their supply chart, it's 91% renewables on the, contributing to meeting their load right now. So you would take, since California is a GHG regulation area, how would those not be considered in the residual market supply? Because all those are being, it's definitely renewables. It's contributing to the large amount of exports that's going out of the ISO right now.
So how do you? So if it's exported, that means that all the load serving entities in California at that point in time are long. So you would sum up, PG&E's got, we've taken out PG&E's for its load. We've taken out Edison, SMUD's, LID, WP's for its load. And then those are all contributed to the market supply. So yeah, you get something that is going to have a chunk of renewables in it, but it will be based on a comparison to each LSE's committed generation to its own load. But rather than just do it as a state border, you're summing up the excess of individual utilities, and then that goes into the market, the residual supply.
Okay, even though those renewables were put there because we're a regulation area, even though, okay.
Thanks, Claire. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight another potential issue with this example that Claire, or that was just being discussed. And this is more specific to Washington and some of Washington's CETA requirements around what is and is not considered double counting. And I do think we do have a concern in this example, but also in an example in Washington where you have long hydro utilities who may in the future want to use the RECs associated with that energy or compliance with the state program, even though that energy may be contributed to the residual mix. So I think there's kind of a policy question in Washington of, is that double counting? But there is a concern with how to address that situation if it is indeed double counting and we need to somehow impute some emissions on that export or some other counting treatment to ensure that that REC is preserved for compliance with the state program that is RPS, that is more like an RPS or rec-based program.
So my response to that, so I think there's actually two issues in what you said. So one is the Washington CETA requirement that says you can't use unbundled recs where it's been claimed under another pricing program. I disagree with that requirement, as you know. But that I don't think is a thornier issue. I think the issue that's going to be a concern not only for CETA, but any state that's doing a clean energy program does accounting for emissions in any way undercut the ability of using these recs for compliance. I would argue that what we're doing is actually in this residual supply and mix is what we're doing is coming up with a more accurate unspecified emission factor, and that there should be no conflict between doing correct accounting so that we are able, even though CETA is not an emission-based program, but to enable calculation of an accurate market emission rate and to allow other entities to use that. There should be no conflict with selling off excess hydro that you're using for your RECs, as long as that is not being sold specified. All it is doing is going into the calculation of a much more accurate default emission factor than what we currently have now, because our emission factor is 15 years old. So that's how I would argue it.
And I think we agree with that conceptually. I think there's just more of a question of interpretation of the regulatory language and can we be comfortable with that in terms of moving forward with something?
And can we get all the regulators to?
Yeah, and do the regulators agree? So I just think I think it's still a topic that we need to discuss, but I do agree sort of conceptually that you can theoretically separate kind of the purpose and what you were doing with that rec, and then how are you using and calculating this residual mix. And I agree with your argument. I just think it's the language in the regulation is not necessarily and I think the intent of the regulation also was specifically around specified sales, but it may not be that clear when we actually look at the language. So I do think it's something that we want to think through and address.
Is there an expectation then that contractual obligations specify the GHG obligation as well, or the GHG component? I'll give you an example. For California, there might be a resource adequacy contract that then also gets attributed, because there's two different components of the entitlement that are separated, and then both go to California in that case. But there's other contracts that say this contract has the compliance obligation embedded into it. And in that case, we treat it differently. So would there need to be uniformity there?
So I'm answering this on the fly, and I guess my reaction would be there doesn't have to be uniformity. I mean, I think we're thinking these are specified contracts in the term, and I'm using the term specified as the regulators, CARB is using it, Oregon DEQ is using it, Washington is, that basically you're contracting energy from a particular resource with the intent of being able to use that environmental attribute. And I would actually argue that RPS contracts that come with RECs are another variant of specified contracts, even though they're not required under the cap and trade programs. I think there's an open question of, do you also attribute RA? And again, it comes down to, I think a lot of those resources, we're doing this for capacity to ensure they're available. And so even though you've contracted it, if you are actually long on your other specified stuff, those resources might, again, be serving the market. So I think we need to think through those sort of issues. Okay, here, I thought that one would be easy.
Claire, I have one more question. Or actually, maybe it's not a question for today, but just in the future. Thank you for so far this presentation. I really agree and appreciate that this seems like a refinement on what we've already been discussing with an average emissions rate from the market to use as a unspecified rate. So I really appreciate that. I I got a little confused when we started to, I'm still not certain how we're going to count excess from the greenhouse gas priced states. You know, they're getting deemed, well, it depends on their program and it depends on what's going on, but like they're getting this deemed mix that goes to them and then they don't use it all. And I'm not really clear what their residual averaged when they're long would be into the residual mix. Is at Portland, when we discussed this, it would be my whole portfolio is looked at. It's the average of my portfolio and whatever megawatts I put in it, that's, you know, at my average rate. That's what the residual gets. How's it? I'm not clear after this conversation how it's coming from Washington or California.
So from Washington and California to Oregon.
Or yes.
Yeah, so I would. So if there is an attribution by the dispatch engine, it's going to be because there is a need actual for an input, which means somebody in there is going to be short. We don't know who, or it'll be multiple somebody will be short. I do think there's still a possibility, and this is raised in CAISO for the multi-state or multi-jurisdictional utilities as well as others. We really shouldn't be counting, for instance, if a clean resource in California is actually committed to you, it shouldn't be counted as California. There should be something else that should be replacing that energy because you're actually claiming that emission. And when you start to do, we're moving towards comprehensive accounting. This would become very clear right away. So then beyond that, when California is an exporter, it's going to come, and I think this was your question earlier, there will be a total volume of exports. There's a whole bunch of solar out there, but that solar is coming out of multiple pockets. So it's not, you know, we're not doing the calculation at the state level. We're summing up the individual utilities, and there would have to be a number of utilities who are long in terms of those resources, or, you know, it's IPP owned stuff that's coming out as well, but it's not necessarily a footprint. It's a combination of adding up utilities.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So this is then getting into what that residual market supply looks like. So again, it's energy that is not claimed or committed somewhere. And so that's going to be a combination of IPP owned stuff. It's going to be a combination as well as this any excess committed generation that's coming out of the portfolio of individual utilities or energies. And then basically we're taking, you know, we're starting with the in the numerator, starting with the emissions of the truly uncommitted resources, and then we're adding emissions associated with the excess LSE assigned energy, and then the denominator is basically the same thing on the megawatt hours side. Here, should I move on? Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is getting into then what are the accounts, and so the account has this pre-dispatch recordation that records this resource belongs to this entity, or 50% of this resource belongs to this entity. And then that's matched with post-dispatch actual energy and associated emissions. So they would be all LSEs within the market footprint. On a voluntary basis, energy users. Most, I suspect that LSEs that have some sort of energy, clean energy or emissions goal would also want to voluntarily register their committed resources, so it counts towards them. We would then have subdivisions for the market in terms of each greenhouse gas regulation area emission accounting, the non-greenhouse gas area in aggregate. So for the LSEs out there that do not have energy or emissions goals, we're counting behind the scenes, but we're not ever going to be giving that information to anybody unless they ask for it, and we report it in aggregate for publication and market transparency purposes. You can imagine there has to be a residual market supply account that calculates, what's in there for each interval and what the emissions that are spit out of it, and then the market footprint as a whole. And then we would need to record data for each accounting interval, whatever that is. I think at the very least, we need hourly because we know that multiple states are counting on an hourly basis. We may also need other less frequent or more frequent, but that's something to be discussed. I think this slide is basically just kind of repeating what I've done. We've talked about previously, so I'm not gonna. Go ahead.
Sure, this is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. I think the lens that we've been looking at a lot of this through has been from the LSE lens and maybe not as much from the energy users perspective, like the large energy buyers out there. Could you talk a little bit about maybe the energy user perspective when it comes to what information would be accounted for and reported for if they're not a scheduling coordinator or not necessarily kind of a market participant?
I think there would have to be market participants. So I don't think we should attempt to design something for somebody who's not participating in the market.
Thanks for that clarification.
Okay, next slide. Oh,
Hey, Claire, Becky Robinson with the ISO. I guess I was just reflecting a little bit more on the use of the average emissions rate, where you're talking about the LSE that's governed by a GHG program, but where it's overproducing, right? It's producing more energy than it needs to serve its own load. And I appreciate the conversation on that point, and the potential sort of varying perspectives and the need to sort of take into account what are the state rules around, around that. But I can see, I can see your point and why you've sort of laid it out as you have, of using the average rate for that rather than just sort of assume that it's the dirtiest resource, that's the excess, right? That's what goes into the, because it seems, I heard you sort of asking a question earlier of Doug Howe, and I think drawing at a contrast between the design that you're putting forward here and a design that he was presenting, where resource shuffling, it seemed like was a potential in his design. And whereas here, I think, and tell me if I'm interpreting this wrong, but it seems like part of the point of using that average emissions rate is really trying to, I'll say, avoid resource shuffling to some extent, or really trying to make it real, right? If an LSE is governed by a GHG reduction program, what's it, but it has resources that are producing, that are sort of higher emitting resources. Can we say it's complying, or should we, right? And those are questions that we, the ISO, don't need to answer, but there are questions out there. And I guess, but the question I wanted to pose to you, sort of one of the implications of that decision, right? Of how do we treat that excess energy production and the emissions associated with that for purposes of thinking about GHG compliance. I guess, what if the LSE at issue is maintaining, a fleet in part for capacity purposes rather than energy purposes, right? So you are maintaining a fleet because you need to be able to meet your peak hour, your peak time of year, right? But I guess if you're just sort of looking at your own resources and your own plan, you might say, well, I won't plan to run those highest emitting resources much, right? I won't plan to run those much because to meet my own load, I don't need to run them that much. But it turns out if you just are offering them into the market, then the market may see a need for dispatching those resources to serve other loads. And I guess in a way, I'm thinking about California, right, where there's a number of gas resources in the state, and there's, depending on prices across the regional footprint, there is we've seen a lot of exports from the state of California elsewhere into the regional grid. And, I've heard some folks question, well, like, how is that consistent with California state policy goals, right? If the gas resources are just being run to sort of, because they're economic in the market, right? It's a result that looks very sensible from sort of a market's perspective, but people can ask questions about how that syncs up with the policy goals. So I guess that's a lot for me, sorry for rambling, but I guess I just wonder, it seems like in the decision about how to treat that excess supply being produced by an LLC, again, that's covered by sort of, and is seeking to comply with the GHG program, it feels like use of the average, I guess I could see a perspective where an entity is keeping resources online for not because it's assuming that it needs them for its purposes for a lot of the time, but it could be those resources could be getting drawn on just because of economic energy in the rest of the market.
And I think you could certainly argue that. And one of the things I like that came out of, the early, the clean net short approach. One of the things I really like about that approach is it recognizes that, as more states and entities move towards these net zero targets, gas is really going to be the resource that's supporting all the clean energy out there. And I think there's a lot of merit in thinking about, why don't the states just agree that gas serves the market and it's in the residual mix, and then we accommodate. That would mean, that would mean that any individual utility carves off the gas, it's treated as residual supply, and it means that more often than not, you will have a deficit that comes from the residual supply. So you get that back, but you only get it back to the extent that you need it. And I do completely agree with you that, particularly as we get more and more clean on, gas is going to be the reliability resource for supporting zero. But you can argue. I think these are very valid policy discussions that need consideration in this group and at the states. Okay, next slide. Oh, Jessica, go ahead.
Thanks, Clara. Yeah, Jessica's on Puget Sound Energy. I totally agree with your point, Clara. I just wanted to follow up on Becky's question. Really good question, but I think it does require sort of an acknowledgement to the same degree that we tell, states with programs that like there is a cost to participating in a market with folks that have programs, that we tell states with non-price programs. But if we are truly looking at the regional perspective, and if we are going to be in the same market together, that gas is going to be needed. And we can't just look at the positive side of the coin and the ability to transfer around clean resources, but that also the reality of that gas being there. And speaking from a utility that has a gas fleet, that applies to us as well, that we have to take a regional perspective that we are all feeding these resources in, to support the regional market, as long as the attributes of the clean are being claimed correctly. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate that, Jessica. This slide, I think I've said everything on this, so I'm just going to zip through it. Let's hit the next slide. So the last slide was market participants accounts. This is like different market area subdivisions that I think you could contemplate. We have the greenhouse gas pricing areas. That's not, we can think about emissions for generation located within the area. We can think about energy emissions from deemed. And then if anything is committed outside a collective non-greenhouse gas area, so the stuff that is not being claimed by individual entities, we're tracking it behind the scenes. the residual supply, and then the market footprint as a whole, and there may be others. So this was just an idea that within the accounting system, because we are basically talking about a big old database here, there's all sorts of ways we could cut the data, depending on how what people find useful. Next slide. Publication, again, I think there's some open questions how frequently you do this, but reporting function to individual entities who either have to account for state or want to a state, as well as reports to those regulators where there is a compliance obligation, and then the whole collection of data that participants want for market transparency. So I'm going to rush through this one as well. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend any time on this slide. It was just showing the concept that some of these resources are claimed, some of these resources are not claimed, then they go into this residual market supply, which is down in the lower left corner. This is, I use California as an example. You've got resources in California where stuff is committed, so the specified contracts that are committed and avoid the greenhouse gas reference pass, that is attributed to each LSE, whoever's got the contract. Where there's the non-contracted stuff that comes after the counterfactual, if there's an attribution, you would also need to assign that on a pro rata basis to those entities' incremental purchases. But let's actually jump to the next slide, and I think that's probably a bit more useful, is just to show. This is just an example of the calculation of somebody, let's pick on Portland here, in an interval where they're actually long. So your committed supply, your committed dispatch supply is actually greater than your load. So there's this credit back to the market. I put in the REC clean energy accounting. And again, noting Mary's point earlier, even though this could be an entity that is only claiming for clean energy purposes, like E&M, maybe you're just doing, you're interested in your REC accounting, or you're a Washington utility under CETA. We're still accounting for emissions for the same reason we're accounting for emissions from utilities who don't have a greenhouse gas reduction goal, because we need to if we want an accurate market emission rate. But I do not personally believe that it needs to do that. So even though there is some emissions accounting, you've still got your credit there for, in this case, 800 megawatts of clean generation that is applied for, your 4-year compliance period, or whatever your compliance period is for the target you're under. Did I do this backwards? I think I jumped ahead and I'm talking about the next slide, but you're looking at the old slide. I think you were looking at the one where the entity is short first, and then next slide. Yeah, I did that backwards, sorry. So the previous slide was if you're short, you're taking power from the market. This slide is if you're long, you're giving power back to the market. I think you've all got the concept. So next slide. So this is why we think there's value in thinking about this approach. I do think there's growing very strong interest in getting comprehensive, good energy and emissions counting across the entire market footprint. And this, we believe, gets you there. I think you could do this on an hourly basis. And I think if you do those calculations correctly, you can roll it up to less granular, monthly, daily, monthly, yearly, and not lose accuracy. It gives an ability for all entities who have some sort of green energy emissions target, be that regulatory or voluntary, to account for it. It doesn't impose additional requirements on other entities who don't have these type of commitments or goals. And no administrative costs to those either. It's just behind the scenes for getting to accurate accounting. And I do think it gives us a far more accurate eyes into what's going on in the market at any one time for coming up with a dynamic emission rate for states like Oregon, for instance, that are counting, not doing price-based, but are counting for market purchases, it allows for, I think, a much more accurate, I would call it a default, or not a default, but an accurate unspecified emission rate for market purchases. And even though it does create complexity in terms of setting up a database and a system to do this, it avoids the need for creating an additional dispatch constraint within the market design. So, and I think next slide, I think this is the last slide. So I think we've covered a lot of these, but I think there's some additional things that we need to consider about are there particular challenges for Pacific Core or other multi-jurisdictional utilities in terms of how they do accounting for this stuff. There is still, I think, the possibility of having competing claims to the same energy, and we would need a way to resolve that. So, and it could be something where there's a state policy that takes preference. There are unbundled RECs in the world, and if we know that the two pricing programs attribute energy based on delivered energy and don't require RECs, well, somebody else out there has an unbundled REC. We need a protocol to resolve those. My personal view is it goes with the energy. All right, Todd, I know you're out there, but we need a protocol to do this. And I do think it's in our collective interest. I think most of us can agree we do not want double counting of energy. It doesn't behoove us. And then obviously we need to think about what subdivisions, what's temporal or granularity, how frequently are we doing this, who are we reporting it to? And then there's a question that I've heard a number of stakeholders in this process talk about is could we envision a more, I don't know if rigorous is the right word, but a better interface with Regis, which I think will help to address additional concerns about double counting in the REC space. I think there's some questions. That was my last slide.
There is a question online. Jessica?
Thank you, Claire. Yeah, Jessica Zana, Puget Sound Energy. Just thank you very much. We're really supportive of this approach. Really like some of the complexities that it gets around in terms of interfering with efficient dispatch and things like that. I did have a question a couple slides back. You kind of brought up the word counterfactual. And I'm curious if you see this as necessitating changes to the GHG reference path. Like, would we theoretically, the reference path be just a look at your claimed, committed and contracted and owned resources? Would that become the reference path, or do you see like a retention of the GHG reference path as it's designed today?
I think you're being provocative, Jessica.
Sorry. We could save it for later.
I would say I think this approach is independent of the reference pass. You can make this work with the reference pass or without. I think it's also I think everybody knows that WPTF does not like the current reference pass. So, but I think it could work with or without a reference pass.
Okay, thank you.
Pam Sportboard, Portland General. I really appreciate this recommendation and the thought that's gone into it. I think it's a step beyond a lot of what we've been thinking about in terms of leveraging averages and data to really support some of the transfer attribution that we see through the market. And we'd love to see your, very large data spreadsheet so that we can dig more into it. But I really like this approach. And while I think digging into that spreadsheet will be really helpful, this seems, at least initially, like very workable and something that we can, I think, work on these outstanding issues to get to resolution on. But I actually have hope for maybe the first time ever.
Point, I know there's a lot here, and this does imply a lot of work. ISO, but with, 2030 is going to be a pretty critical time. Like all these programs are kicking in 2030, and then they've got 2040, 2045. We're hoping to get to zero emission. Like now is the time to start getting the accounting system right so that we don't, get into 2030 and say, well, this is my energy. Why is Portland claiming? It's not theirs.
Todd Ryan, Pacific Gas and Electric. Thank you so much for all the thought you've put into this. And I think you've said this implicitly, but did you imagine that this would live in CAISO, or is there trade-offs or benefits or place to holding it somewhere else? Or have you given any thought to that?
I mean, I don't know that the database has to sit here. The data will have to be generated by CAISO. The dispatch stuff will have to come out of the CAISO. So it would be somewhere else. I don't believe Regis is the appropriate, or I don't say person, entity. And I don't object to the idea that it'd be great if we had an all generation tracking system, but we don't. And we're not going to get the other states who don't care about clean energy to go that direction for quite some time. So there's clearly a very strong role for CAISO in this, but I think it's worth thinking about it if CAISO thinks it's more efficient to contract somebody else to do this on behalf of them. But I would see it as market data. So CAISO has to have ownership of it, even if they're not the one who is, hosting a platform, for instance.
Thank you.
This is Anya with the CAISO, and I completely agree. The data is going to come from the CAISO. I think it's worth more discussion in terms of where that's housed and if there are disparate pieces of information that are coming from other sources. So if some of it's coming from Regis, if some of it's coming from OATI, if some of it's coming from the CAISO, what is the right home? Should it be the CAISO, or is there a kind of a third party? Does it start to look like PJ, kind of the PJM approach? So just more questions on my side, but good discussion. Nope, that's it. All right, well, that takes us to lunch. Thank you very much, Claire, for your presentation.
Okay, so we will break for an hour lunch and meet back here at 1 p.m. Pacific time. Thanks, everyone. Okay, we are ready to return from lunch. So this morning we heard from both Doug Howe and WPTF on two different approaches. And so this afternoon, we're going to hear from Anya Gilbert from the ISO, kind of comparing what we heard this morning. And so I'm going to turn things over to Anya, and she'll kick things off for this afternoon.
All right, great. If we can move to the next slide. All right, great. I realize this might be a little bit of an eye strain for folks, but really appreciate the discussion this morning. I think it's really exciting that we had 3 proposals come forward in this process. I think there was thinking a while ago that, the evolution in climate policies in the West would really result in various price-based programs. And I think we've seen that there's more of a patchwork approach. I think Mary Nichols once said a patchwork is a beautiful thing. And I'll note it's a complicated thing to put together as a market operator. And so I think the perspective and objective I'm coming to this from at the ISO is really how can the ISO reflect these climate policies in the market? And that's really a if, when, and how question, particularly for these non-price-based states that have emission targets and are looking to also participate in the market in a way that helps them achieve their climate objectives. So that's maybe a starting perspective. My goals for this discussion with everyone is that it's participatory. We've got Doug on the line, we've got Claire up here, but really wanted to kind of take a step back from some of the details that we've heard this morning from them on the various proposals and make sure that folks are aligned in terms of understanding what was presented at a high level so we can start thinking about some of the differences and start to help illuminate some of the questions for the proposals that may not have been captured already so that we can think about if or how to move these forward, start to hear various perspectives from the group and help inform next steps. So I do have this table here. Really, it's meant to be a placemat and a reference slide, and really to help guide the discussion. And maybe I'll start with the mechanics of the various approaches. So we first heard from Doug on his emission constrained dispatch. And really his goal here and the perspective of the PUC MOU group is to reflect state policy in the market, and to do that with an hourly constraint, an hourly and real-time constraint on generation, so that the generation that's used to serve load in a non-price-based state kind of meets an emissions threshold. He's modified that with the, they've modified that with the import constrained dispatch approach to almost act a little bit like a power balance constraint to reflect that policy in the market, so that when you think about what kind of is allowed to serve and be imported and exported from that non-price-based region, that policy is reflected. And what I'm hearing from the WPTF proposal is really to allow for an accurate accounting of emissions, really taking into consideration some of the procurement that takes place to meet those state policies, recognizing that today, for those non-price-based regions, the tool for effectuating it is through RPS and the IRPs, and how can those areas really take credit for that while also participating in the market and recognizing there's going to be a delta between what's procured and what has been purchased. So I wanted to start with those mechanics and then move to the objectives. I'm hearing from Doug that really the core objective with both proposals is to reflect the policies of those non-price-based states into the market. And can you do that in a way that looks at ensuring that generation used to serve that region doesn't exceed a threshold, or that the imports, internal generation and exports kind of meet that target? And I think that second proposal we heard really looks to overcome some of the challenges, potential challenges with some of the impacts to cost, cost allocation, and potential opt-in questions. And I'm hearing the WPTF proposal, again, is allowing that accurate reflection of essentially what has been procured versus what is purchased in the market. And maybe on that kind of note of objectives, I want to kind of pause there because I think a piece of the objective is they're both looking to meet state policy objectives, and potentially what might be needed in this working group is greater clarity from the states in terms of Claire's perspective of is compliance with those non-price-based states just based on procurement, and then the compliance piece on residual emissions, or is something like Doug Howe's proposals to have this reflected in the market to ensure that what is served in that region doesn't exceed a threshold. So I think that's kind of a question that might not be for the market operator, but more from the state perspective of what does it mean for the ISO to reflect compliance, and is there a possibility that you need more of a belt and suspenders approach of having reporting, but also having a market mechanism? I think another consideration for us is timing associated with this. There's going to be a timing component to implementing a reporting approach. There's going to be a timing aspect to implementing anything in the market. But with that, it's also what are these various states reporting deadlines or obligation deadlines? And would something like reporting be sufficient and for a period of time, or is there any need for some of these jurisdictions to have these policies reflected in the market? Maybe I'll pause there on the objective perspective and see if Claire or Doug want to weigh in on how they're viewing the objective of their proposal and the role of states when it comes to what compliance might mean. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, thank you, Anya. I think that was a helpful interjection. So I think, I guess I'll start with the role of the states. As I said earlier, I think there's a chicken and egg problem, and we're all trying to iteratively move along. And I think, you know, the states are looking to the market operators to tell us how you can help us have our entities comply. And market operators want states to tell us what you need to comply. So we have that problem. So I think we're iteratively trying to move forward. And we as market participants, not myself personally, but companies I represent, I think actually have a very good perspective on this, and that we're dealing with regulators and we're dealing with this market design and thinking about the future. So I think it's going to have to be iterative. I think it's worth having conversations with the states. On the timing piece, and I may not have been as clear about this when I spoke earlier, like to me, and again, I'm going to pick on Portland because they're in the room. My suspicion is that because Portland has a greenhouse gas target that has coal in the baseline, that by the mere fact that coal's in the baseline and you're getting rid of your coal, that gives you a big bang for your buck in terms of hitting emission target for quite some time. And so my presumption has been that in the short and medium term, you don't need a dispatch solution, that if you can accurately account for your procurement, your own resources and your procurement, and that procurement is getting cleaner over time, that will get you to your targets, your compliance. At some point, that may switch. You know, maybe as you get closer to 2040 or when it becomes zero, that may switch. So there's the timing points that I think we should think about. And that's a question that I think utilities who are subject to these programs need to think about and advise on. Yeah, this will work for a while, but at this point in time, maybe we need something more. The other thing that I don't think came across in my presentation is let's talk about those future years where you start to get tight. The framework that WPTF proposed is an owned and contracted framework, procurement framework, or based on your contracted. I didn't include anything in there, but I think there's a legitimate conversation we could have about what are the terms around those contracts? Could we provide, for instance, like if we're in a year or a period where you're like, oh, I'm tight, my emissions are going to be high. I know there's going to be a whole bunch of surplus on hydro on the market in the coming months. I want to go out there and contract that. Can I let the market operator know day ahead, I've got a contract for that resource, so it becomes into mine. So it allows you to get to that control aspect that Doug mentioned, but does it through a way that, again, relies on contracts. And what that would look like is something that would have to be discussed. But I don't think that doing an accounting and attribution framework necessarily undermines your ability to control what resources serve your load for purposes of meeting that emission target. I think that's up there.
I appreciate that. And Doug, want to open the opportunity for you to weigh in as well in terms of maybe some of the timeline aspects and your view on compliance.
Doug, you might be muted on your device. Looks like you're, yeah, we still can't hear you.
I think this might be an area of feedback that the ISO is looking for in terms of kind of refining our problem statement in terms of when would some of these mechanisms be necessary in terms of a reporting aspect that's going to vary by state. When or if would a kind of control mechanism like what Howe presented be necessary in certain states? I think that perspective in terms of, regional differences is going to be important to reflect in terms of is reporting enough, and in some cases, for how long? All right, well, we'll give Doug a kind of chance to redial in. Maybe one other aspect I want to get into, and I think that this was highlighted earlier and kind of fits in with this compliance discussion, is the compatibility. I'm hearing the Doug Howe proposal as compatible with the resource-specific approach that's in EDAM. I think there's more analysis and discussion that's required in terms of how does it interact from a pricing perspective. Are there, if or what are potential pricing impacts, particularly with the emissions constrained dispatch approach? And what does it look like to model something like the import constraint dispatch approach? I'm also seeing the possibility of Doug's proposal and the WPTF proposal working in conjunction. There's nothing that prevents, potentially starting with reporting and then moving to something in the market. So just wanted to highlight that compatibility piece that I'm seeing, if and where necessary from a state perspective.
It looks like we have Doug back on the line. Doug? We still can't hear you. Looks like you're unmuted on the WebEx, but maybe muted on your personal device.
All right, well, we'll keep trying, but in the meantime, we'll kind of keep moving forward. Maybe another aspect of this I wanted to, oh, I see Kathleen's hand up. Maybe this is a good time to open it up for questions.
No, thanks, Anya. Yeah, I have a question, and maybe just to frame this from a policy perspective, because I hear what you're saying about you're saying that you think they're all compatible, as in they can be implemented, is how I hear you. But whether or not, but your note about how any kind of adding a constraint on an emission constraint to the market, it will have various pricing as well as dispatch impacts. And so I'm a little bit maybe on a higher level question. So can I pose it slightly differently? Rather than do you have views on is it compatible? Do you have views on whether or not adding an emission constraint or threshold kind of in the first two columns is adding more complexity to the market solution rather than like the WPTF proposal? So more of a price impact, price formation, and complexity question. Can you talk to that before we move on?
Yeah, Kathleen, I appreciate that question. I think it's really necessary to the conversation. I think it's, early days. I know that Doug has done some of his own simulations, but I think, more discussion around some of the details of the proposals are necessary. And for us to be able to kind of also discuss some of those assumptions. But I think there is, as Doug mentioned, there are pricing impacts associated with the first column, with the emission constraint dispatch. I think with any sort of constraint, there can also be a potential for pricing impacts. And so I think that's something for the group to be aware of and discuss, and recognize that further discussion and analysis would be needed on that front. But anything additional, Kathleen?
No, that's super fair. And thanks, Anya, for those thoughts. I wasn't sure where you were in your process of kind of thinking through it. So that's helpful. I would just add, I know we've had some back and forth on the pricing impacts. I see different pricing impacts, but that is because I'm sure I have a different formulation of a constraint in my mind than Doug has, and I haven't had a chance to look at the actual constraint formulations. I'm not envisioning using the same constraints as the resource-specific approach, because that doesn't perform a right-hand side, and it doesn't do a max emission constraint. So if we're talking about a maximum emission threshold, it's not the same constraint formulations that we've already designed. We'd have to design other constraints that would have different price impacts that would interact with the GHG functionality we have today. And I'm looking forward to thinking through all this. I just wanted to flag that I think that's where some of the cross-talking is probably coming up as we talk about price impacts.
Okay, great. And it would be great to kind of hear more about your views on the constraint and how you're viewing it differently than how Doug described it, and maybe some of your recommendations associated with a constraint formulation if that were to move forward.
Happy to. I'll wait for Doug's paper so I can review that and ask him some follow-up questions. And then, yep, happy to talk to everyone afterwards. Thanks.
Okay, sounds good. I see Todd Ryan in the room has his hand up, and then we'll move to the other Todd Jones on the phone. Thanks.
Todd Ryan, Pacific Gas and Electric. I know that we've talked about this in other forums about the potential friction maybe or double barrier between Washington's GHG zone and California's GHG zone and transfers between them. And as we go from potentially 2 zones to 3 zones to 7, 8, 9 zones, it may be worth giving quite a bit of thought to zone interactions and how we can smooth out those barriers. Thanks.
Appreciate that. I recognize with the pricing approach if there's linkage, we're going to kind of have those 2 different prices in place. But I think it's a very valuable perspective in terms of there are going to be interactions between those priced and non-priced, and really kind of digging into what that looks like is going to be important. Todd Jones.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Hi, Todd Jones with the Center for Resource Solutions. Well, I just want to thank both Claire and Doug for excellent presentations. So first of all, I mean, we agree with the problem statement and the need for more comprehensive accounting, and that the current market attribution favors GHG pricing policy and doesn't give entities in other states a way to meet their emissions requirements and goals. We also agree with Claire that this is sort of broader than LSEs with compliance targets, and this is about voluntary goals and energy users with voluntary and compliance targets as well. Whether we're talking about a dispatch-based attribution solution or a post or pre-dispatch accounting system or some combination of both, we'd have the same general accounting concern, and that is a double counting concern. There is a pre-existing retail attribution system for certain renewable resources in the form of the REC system. I know that this has been sort of presented as an unbundled REC problem or a specific state policy problem, but it's more fundamental than that. It's about having different accounting systems and methods and an accounting problem that stems from that. In that sense, it's an issue for the market operator. If we have 2 different systems for retail attribution of generation, like claims on specified generation, operating simultaneously in the West, it creates a risk of double counting. So either the associated RECs can already have been transacted to a different entity by the time the resource specific energy or market transaction occurs, or the RECs can be transacted to a different entity after the market attribution, and that produces 2 different retail claims on a single unit of generation. So, neither attribution approach that we've heard today matches how other state programs and new federal programs are allocating generation to load. In particular, I'd say that consensus is growing at the federal level around use of energy attribute certificates, or EACs, for attribution of emissions to load. RECs are a type of EAC. So for federal procurement, for tax credits, for clean transportation policy, for production of fuels used for Clean Air Act compliance by regulated generators, that's what we're starting to see. Now, I agree that there is a need in the West to track energy with the attributes to meet the requirements of Western state programs. That makes the West different from other regions where the certificate system is separate from wholesale markets. So an out of market only attribution system like we see in the East won't meet load or procurement based state requirements in the West that require delivery of the energy. So that means there is a need for some comprehensive resource specific tracking and accounting in the market in the West. But regardless, our accounting system in the West cannot simply ignore certificates. The EACs in the West are the same instrument and must be the same instrument as they are in other regions. And double counting between programs or between states or between state and federal programs, between voluntary and compliance programs will not meet the purpose of any program. So that's kind of the immediate problem, this double counting of Regis generation due to market attribution, the same issue that we currently have with attribution to GHG pricing states, regardless of whether it's a dispatch-based or a post-dispatch accounting method that's chosen for attribution. And again, we think the solution is coordination with the REC system. So CAISO would share the current market attribution data for GHG pricing states for Regis generators, and then share future market attribution data based on either the dispatch-based or post-dispatch resource-specific accounting mechanism for Regis generators. And then finally, I just want to say, we should also think about the potential of all generation regional certificate tracking in Regis in the future, which is just expanding tracking in Regis to all resource generation. I think I disagree with Claire that we can't or won't get to all generation tracking. It doesn't require that everyone opt in, to have an account in order to do that. I think all generation regional certificate tracking, again, won't necessarily solve the problem of state requirements for delivered specified energy and bundling, or enable the specified attribution or choice of emissions for all market participants. But one thing that it is used for is an accurate region-wide residual mix for comprehensive accounting of all generation regionally without double counting, such that everyone knows, what they're getting. That residual mix can be assigned to unfulfilled load, the load not met with specified attributes. That's a big step forward compared to default emissions factors that may enable more market participation. And then you'd also potentially have this comprehensive emissions accounting and attribution in the market through one or both of these solutions, which would address the problem of state requirements for delivered energy and enable choice for market participants. So in that future scenario, there's again a need for coordination with the certificate system. The comprehensive emissions attribution in the market needs to be married with an all generation certificate tracking system at Regis. And in that case, CAISO would share, comprehensive market attribution data for all generators in the market with all generation tracking in Regis. So there are issues to discuss related to data sharing and coordination with Regis that are related to, what data is shared, the frequency, how to avoid confidentiality concerns, those sorts of things. So perhaps we should have a full conversation in this working group about coordination with Regis. But in general, I'd encourage the group to think about RECs and EACs as a potential solution to this problem statement 7. To the extent that we have an existing system that we can use and strengthen, and that regardless we'll have to work with, we can't ignore if we try to build something new. So thank you. Sorry for going on so long there.
All right, a lot to unpack there, but thanks, Todd. Maybe just a few kind of topics to hit on there. So I think I heard, your last statement along the lines of RECs potentially replacing kind of the need for some of these systems. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but it might be beneficial for you to kind of come and share that perspective more broadly with the group in terms of if it really addresses some of the ways that problem statement 7 has been framed. I think the issue of coordination with rec, we've attempted to kind of reflect that in the problem statements, but maybe let us know if there's kind of greater specificity that might be needed. I also wanted to highlight when it comes to kind of the current approaches that we're looking at here, it's really only that first column of the emission constraint dispatch that has kind of an attribution approach in it, whereas the import constraint, there's not attribution, and the reporting and proposal is after the fact reporting to indicate, what was purchased from a contractual standpoint and what was kind of counted based on internal generation, imports, and that residual mix. So curious if you have any feedback to some of those kind of questions and
Sure, yeah. So taking the last one first, whether it's sort of a deeming approach with the first column or a sort of post dispatch accounting, if that is again used to attribute generation to load to the extent that that entities can claim to be using a certain mix, using certain resources, that would potentially affect the attribution that happens using certificate systems. So we see an impact or a potential for double claims, double counting of that generation across these different solutions, or the need for coordination between those systems is common among these. I think the first thing that you mentioned was sort of whether certificate systems or the use of RECs or EACs to sort of as a tool to address this problem, really do meet the needs or really do address the problem statement, and now allowing entities to determine what they're getting from the market on a resource specific basis. I think, like I said, certificate systems don't do everything we need to do, like track energy transactions, but it could be used for that or help sort of define energy transactions in a way that's least disruptive to markets. And regardless, we need to, have any attribution that happens to the market. Ultimately, we're concerned with maintaining exclusive retail claims in the West, and in this sense, I entirely agree with what Claire was saying. We need, full stop. There should be no, not be multiple claims, retail claims on a single megawatt hour of generation. So that's what we're looking at here, and potentially aligning two different systems for attribution. So I think that all generation tracking sort of can get us regionally closer to having the data that we need in order to have comprehensive emissions accounting across the West. But I do agree with Claire and others that there has to be some attribution in the market as well, and that attribution in the market cannot prefer GHG pricing over non-priced GHG attribution. So, and I'm sorry, I forget the other parts of your question.
I can follow up with you. I want to open it up to Claire and Doug if they've got any feedback on this discussion with Todd.
Yeah. Hi, Todd. Todd and I have spent some time trying to have a meeting in the minds, and I do think we share the same objectives. I completely agree on the double counting. I also have no objection to trying to get to all generation tracking system eventually, but that's not something that this forum can do. I think, I personally am certainly open to exploring ways that that there can be a better coordination between market data coming out of the EDAM and Regis. I guess I would just say we have to focus on the piece of this that we control, which is the market and how we do this within the market.
All right, and maybe I'll see if we've got Doug's audio. Doug, if you want to react to any of Todd's comments or potentially that question on what compliance looks like at the state level as it relates to your proposal and the requirements of the states. Thanks.
And Doug, you'll need to on the WebEx. Oh, good. We can hear you. Thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. Sorry for all of that confusion. I find that WebEx and Apple tend to argue with each other a lot. Anyway, I want to go back and kind of address some of the initial comments that were made. First, I think the job that Claire has done on really putting together a robust and detailed outline on tracking and accounting for GHG is really admirable, and I congratulate her on putting the time in for that. I think it's absolutely something that is needed, and I believe it's compatible with what we see as the need for some kind of control in the market on what comes in and out. We don't see a problem there at all with that. I think where Claire and I would differ is on the need, whether there is a need for this. And if I remember correctly, if I heard correctly, I believe Claire said that they did not think that there was a pressing need for a control, because after you account for all of the owned and all of the contracted resources, you would be left with a relatively small amount, and that could be managed too. And that I don't think seems quite right to me, especially in the Desert Southwest and the Rocky Mountain subregions. The point really of expanding the EIM to the EDAM is to open up the market to a whole new level of market transfers. So if a particular participant in the market was not experiencing over the course of a year significant or substantial amount of market transfers, then as a former regulator, I would have to ask, did you really get any benefit from going into the EDAM as opposed to just staying in the EIM? And how would you quantify that if you're not really experiencing substantial market transfers? And you layer on top of that what we see as, I think I'm using the right term, the residual generation and the residual emission rate in the Desert Southwest and the Rocky Mountain region. Substantial market transfers would definitely, make it difficult for some of these utilities that have to comply with non-price regulations. It would make it difficult for them to be able to comply. And I believe Kelsey from PNM indicated they are already having that kind of difficulty in the EIM. So I think we see that a bit differently than Claire does. I think we see that there is a need. It may come later for some utilities. In the Pacific Northwest especially, I think they might be able to hold out longer and manage with just tracking and accounting. I think in the Desert Southwest and Rocky Mountain subregions, I think that comes sooner. As soon as 2030, when many of these utilities are going to have to show that they can achieve 80% less GHG emissions than they had in 2005. As to what Todd was speaking about, to me, that sounds very exciting. The idea of having kind of a consistent, standardized, certifiable way of tracking resources would be, I think, a great relief to regulators who do worry about, how are we going to certify this? How do we audit results? And I think the energy attribute certificate that he is talking about could go a long way to doing that. Should it be all generation You know, I'm not sure, like Claire, that you can get there very quickly, but I think having it as an aspiration on the long term is the right thing. So I'll just stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. I just wanted to clarify one thing. Actually, maybe I want to clarify two things. So my point about how soon this might be needed is not tied to the volume of energy that's purchased from the market, nor a volume of transfers, because I don't think of this in terms of transfers. I think of it as excess versus deficit, and that's the piece that's coming from the market. My point was that, to my knowledge, every utility that I can think of that has a greenhouse gas reduction target on it right now started out with coal in its portfolio. And there you get such a bang for your buck in hitting that emission target by simply getting rid of that coal, that my suspicion is that it's going to take some time before then the increment that they get from the market becomes binding or risks undermining achievement of that target. I might be wrong, but that's something that I think the utilities are far better suited to opine on than me. And then the other thing is, if and when, so if there does become a time where it will become important for a utility to control the mix of supply from the market, I still would say that there's another way that they could do that, which is contracts. And it could be a short-term contract or a day ahead. You know, you did it the day before and it's for the next month or the next week or something, but it takes it out of that residual supply and into my account. So I think there's other ways we can think about control. And just because these programs rely on procurement, and I would strongly argue they do rely on procurement because your starting point is the utilities portfolio. That doesn't undermine the benefits of participating in markets, since the benefits of participating in the market is optimizing the dispatch of those resources. Just because it's in your portfolio doesn't mean it's actually dispatched. But when it is, we'll make sure you get the credit for it.
Thanks, Claire. I think what we're hearing in this debate is like one of the key kind of questions is really, at the end of the day, how are regulators going to view compliance, and what data are they using for compliance purposes? Is it really based on ISO market data? Is it going to be based on rec data? Is it going to be based on kind of what contracts have been signed as part of their IRP and these short and long-term contracts? So I think that's one of those kind of key questions, and recognizing, you know, these different GHG regions, but even the utilities within those GHG regions are differently situated. You know, you have some entities that have removed coal from their portfolio. Some of them are very clean. Some of them are still kind of working to achieve some of those clean energy targets through procurement and haven't reached that yet. And so for that last case of entities that don't have clean procurement quite yet, is an approach like Doug's approach to kind of have that reflected in the market, the means by which they can achieve compliance. So just some things to think about. And I think perspectives are going to be needed from stakeholders in terms of from the utilities, you know, telling us about your compliance requirements and by when, kind of hearing your perspectives on these reporting approaches, but also key for state regulators from those PUC and air regulators in terms of how you are thinking about compliance and by when, given the differently situated states. Oh, sorry about that. I missed a flag up here. Go ahead, Mary.
Thanks, Anya. This is Mary Winkie from the Public Generating Pool. Just a few thoughts on this discussion. First of all, I appreciate and agree with what you just said, but I do not think we should sort of wait for regulator input to work on a reporting and accounting approach. I actually think that information could really inform them and help them think through these issues versus asking them what they think absent having that. So I think I really am supportive of this group
really diving into the kind of tracking and accounting approach, can we create something that is rational and helpful to the entities who really need it now or soon? And I think, you know, Claire proposed one approach today, but there's other approaches, and I actually don't see that Claire's approach is that divorced actually from what Todd is describing in terms of a kind of a certificate-based system. But I think that's something that we could keep the certificate-based system on the table and consider the interactions and maybe consider how they do it in the rest of the country. I mean, I think there's a lot of good conversation that can happen there that can ultimately inform regulators. I do really feel some caution on the dispatch approaches. I think we should understand them better. I think it'd be useful to have the ISO perspective on sort of the implementability of what Doug's proposed. But I do feel like there's, in my opinion, the potential that this is a very complicated constraints that we're putting sort of across the market that may sort of inherently create inefficiencies. And is that really what the state regulators want? Or have they just sort of said, well, yes, my market, my policy requires a price signal in the short-term market? I think that conversation is really ripe to have with regulators. What does it really require? And then if we do think that those policies do require these a price signal of some kind or that control element, what are the trade-offs with that in terms of market efficiency and cost? And also, you know, what emission reductions, like are we achieving an emission reduction or environmental benefit through that that is not being achieved through what we've been talking about through kind of a portfolio management or resource procurement strategy that I agree with Claire, those policies really are primarily rooted in. So I just think a lot more discussion on that should be, and not just like proceeding with the technical detail, but really like considering the trade-offs of those approaches. And then I just really support moving forward on an initial basis with this group on the tracking and accounting. I think there's lots of value in pursuing that for a variety of reasons that we've talked about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Let's go to Greg next.
Greg, you might be muted on your device. Yeah, we still can't hear you. Maybe we'll come back to your question, or you can put it or your comment in the chat as well.
Maybe while we're waiting for Greg, I'll kind of respond to some of Mary's discussion points in terms of, you know, what are some of the impacts? Some of what I didn't put on the slide really relate to, you know, what are the cost impacts? What are the emissions or leakage impacts? And kind of some of those trade-offs. I think it's early to tell. Today is a kind of first blush at some of these proposals in the ISO, you know, in the ISO's forum. And so I think, you know, Doug has a white paper in the works. Sounds like there's some ideas about, you know, either refinements or regional specific aspects to what Claire presented today. So I'm looking forward to just like digging further into those details from a, I think Doug kind of talked about the leakage issue and recognizing that states currently don't necessarily have leakage provisions for those non-price-based states, and kind of questioning if that would be necessary under the emissions constrained dispatch approach, and recognizing that anytime that we include kind of new constraints in the market, there can be trade-offs with prices, whereas you don't have that with reporting. But at the end of the day, you know, is this going to be kind of what approach best meets the states and regions for from a compliance perspective? I recognize we're getting close on time, but go ahead, Callie, and
Callie Wells with WPTF. Just one other thing that occurred to me, I think before lunch break, but I didn't mention it, is something that I think we should talk through is what potential incentives would be created if we go a market-based approach, especially if it's now sending off two different GHG price signals, and you have resources that are looking at which entities to contract with, or even those that are sitting out in that residual supply mix. Does it create some adverse incentives there that then kind of further manifest themselves into the market in terms of inefficient outcomes? The other thing that did occur to me when we were talking about, what if an entity shows up and they have this GHG reduction program, but they haven't quite gotten there yet with their portfolio. One thing in my mind, I do see it more as a procurement, kind of a mandate. You use your procurement practices to help meet that mandate, and under EDAM, you are required to show up with enough supply, contracted supply in one way or another to meet your own load. So to me, that's where I'm like, well, if it's on the procurement side, then they should be showing up with a portfolio that meets their mandate as well as their own load. And so on the reporting side, Claire walked through how we can account for those contracts and make sure that those are attributed back to them. So I see that in that case, there's less of a risk maybe in them not meeting those mandates, because they should be incented to be going out and forward procuring and then showing those resources to the market through EDAM.
Yeah, appreciate that, Kelly, and also appreciate Kelsey's perspective earlier today from PNM, just recognizing they have that mandate and are running into challenges with WEI participation and state regulation. So recognizing different entities are differently situated. Let's try Greg again. I think I saw a chat message come up, so maybe let's see if we can unmute Greg.
Yes, can you hear me now? I'm on a
Yes,
phone instead of a computer. Thank you. Okay, I want to, it's Greg Alderson from Portland General Electric. Wanted to first appreciate some of Mary's comments around, developing approaches and solutions here and also working them through with state regulators as opposed to sort of waiting for those very busy folks to sort of come up with what they think might work best. Also wanted to just, make sure that the larger group kind of understands, for Oregon, our compliance with our state's clean electricity law is not based on a rate. It's not based on any sort of renewable energy certificate or attribute certificate like in some other states. It is just a straight number of tons in a particular year, and the emissions from serving our retail load must be below that bar. And so as we think about this, what Claire has proposed has a lot of interesting elements and a lot of potentially promising elements where we are able to track, that energy and claim that energy that is from our system where, we own it or we contract for it. We're able to account for the market elements separately with a reasonable sort of marginal residual there, and then also able to, carefully account for, kind of manage what we are accepting, and how we're serving our load with market purchases. So interested to continue to explore that as well. And just in general, really appreciate the work of the CAISO to put together the deep discussion we're having today, and the presentations has been very helpful, I think, in moving some of the discussion forward.
Thanks, Greg, and a big thank you to Doug and Claire for putting together these proposals. I know it was a lot of work. I do want to kind of open it up to see if either of them have any kind of closing remarks, but first I'm going to go to Alyssa.
Thanks, Alyssa K. Bonneville. I just want to echo support for further exploring the accounting framework. I think that is a good first step for this group to look into. I think that the market approaches that Doug talked about could later be layered upon them if they're needed. But I'm also, like Mary, cautious about going down that to start with. And I guess one thing that would help me is I hear Doug saying that the Desert Southwest and Rocky Mountain utilities need some sort of control. I think it would be good to have the utilities themselves articulate what their need is, whether the accounting framework is the right first step for them, or whether they really do think that they need some control. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that. I think that's feedback that we're going to be looking for in comments and in subsequent discussions. So thanks, Alyssa. And Claire, Doug, anything to add? I'll go with nothing from Claire in the room. Doug, any last statements?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So Elisa's comment is really right on the nose. It's the utilities that really have to step up and who are subject to these programs and say, you know, what it is they need. We've presented this, the PUC MOU group has presented this as what we see as possible solutions to what we also see as a potential problem down the road. But we're not going to push this on anyone. That's not what we're trying to do. It's the utilities themselves who've got to step up and define, I think, their needs and priorities to the market. So thanks.
Great. I'm looking forward to the continued discussion around these approaches, as well as kind of feedback from utilities on kind of the need with these various approaches. So big thank you to Claire and Doug, and I'll turn things back over to Isabella.
Thanks, Anya, and thanks, Doug and Claire, for a great discussion. So if we can move to the next slide, I have a few working group updates to share just since our last working group a few weeks ago. So next slide, please. So in terms of new problem statement sponsors or co-sponsor volunteers, we did hear from PNM that they are willing to sponsor problem statement 7. And I'm looking at Callie right now.
Yes, we will at least present on the GHG price formation one.
Excellent. Yeah, so we're looking forward to working with WPTF on problem statement 4 in a future working group as well. So those are the updates for sponsors. And then if we could move to the next slide. So last working group, we covered the initial rollout plan for the publication of the AER rate data. And we heard from stakeholders that, you know, maybe some greater clarity or context around the recently published data is needed. And so we just want to reiterate that we are open to and looking forward to working with stakeholders to help inform and refine the formulation and the use cases for emissions related data that the ISO can provide. But this first publication of AER data is currently just a necessary first step. And the data is really intended to be a tool for stakeholders to become familiar with the data set, to explore the opportunities and limitations of certain metrics and methodologies, and then also better inform the evolution of ISO reported data. And Sylvie?
Sylvie Spivak from the ISO. As I was listening to the previous conversation, this data set also came to mind as a potential toolbox, something that we can start to look at it immediately in order to assess the opportunities and potential trade-offs of the post-dispatch accounting framework that Claire has brought to us today. Now, Claire sort of jokingly mentioned that she has her own spreadsheet, but we are publishing monthly data that is a pretty robust set. So you can start there as well. Claire's is made up, so check ours out.
And then Alyssa, did you have a question? Okay. So then if we could move to the next slide, I won't spend a ton of time here, but it's really just to refresh everyone on, you know, what is included in the data that's published out on the website. So the green shows what is included, and then really the only item here on this slide that's excluded is the demand response resources. So we don't have our SME available today to discuss this further, but if you do have any follow-up questions regarding the AER metric or the data published out on the website, please send us an email and we can follow up on that. Okay, so could we move to, oh, I see a hand from Kathleen. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Just very quickly, Kathleen Colbert-Vistra, not substance question. Just, I am blanking on where on the website the data is. Can you just remind me?
We will put the link to the data in the chat for you. Okay.
Thank you.
It's also on the GHG coordination page.
Okay, so now we'll just revisit some of these metrics problem statements that we discussed last month. And these red lines reflect kind of the feedback that we heard during the working group verbally and then also through written comments. So this 6A is kind of a combination of former 6A and 6B. And so we received feedback that, these two problem statements were redundant, but we still wanted to include that language surrounding emissions reduction targets. And so we've revised this problem statement to read entities with an annual reporting obligations or corporate goals associated with emissions reduction targets require data provided by the ISO to fulfill both voluntary or non-voluntary reporting obligations with state policy, such as market imports to serve load or total emissions to serve load. So I want to pause here and just see if, this more accurately represents the problem that we were trying to get at. And I see your hand, Claire.
I'm going to make a radical suggestion and suggest that we delete problem statement 6, because what I presented, if we go down, and I heard support for let's pursue some sort of tracking, my view was that that is intentionally to also support entities with reporting obligations, corporate goals that aren't mandated, voluntary goals. And I think there's room, as I pointed out, and as I think Todd supported, to look into better coordination with Regis as an interim for now. And Todd, I'm not suggesting that, Regis couldn't do more all generation later, and nor am I suggesting that by eliminating this, it's not important, but I think it's covered in what we're beginning to discuss on reporting and tracking. At least in my mind, it's covered in what I presented.
Yeah, any other reactions from the group on that suggestion? Anya?
I always appreciate kind of deletions or radical suggestions. So I appreciate that. But maybe just going back to your proposal, and I think comparing it to some of the problem statements that have been identified in problem statement 6, I'm assuming then that the reporting under kind of your proposal is public. I think some of the perspectives and kind of asks for reporting were, also from a nonprofit perspective in terms of assessing, the emissions or costs associated with the CAISO GHG program.
So my view is that for publication, anything aggregated is fine. When it's entity specific, you get into confidentiality issues. And so I think you should report anything upon that entity's request, or where there's a regulator who needs that data and is subpoenaed you to whatever. So I think this could support it, but I don't think you could report confidential data to somebody else who wants it. It would have to be aggregated data.
Just wanted to make that explicit. Thanks.
Okay. Well, then I'll just walk through these revisions just for the sake of the working group discussion today. But I appreciate, Claire, your suggestion. So 6B, you'll notice, was formerly 6D, I believe. And you'll notice that we didn't make any refinements to the language quite yet. We are still evaluating, how to reframe this to focus on that coordination aspect between the ISO and Regis. And we've heard more about that today from Claire and Todd. But this statement will be refined to reflect those sentiments. Then we heard that both verbally during the last working group and again through written comments. But if we can go to the next slide. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Tiffany.
Just really quick, I just want to be clear. Are we proposing that problem statement 6 we delete it, or are we just saying that we're moving to solutioning stage with problem statement 6? And so I'm happy with that language, but I don't know that we want to, until the problem is actually solved, I don't know that we want to, kill it, essentially.
Sylvie Spivak, ISO. I vote to preserve it. I support the idea of having different approaches with which we describe the problems and come up with solutions. I think this is one way. The discussion around the post-dispatch approach is another good way to start to uncover what we need to do. I also appreciated Anya's presentation last week where we talked about the specific different setups and scenarios that we're seeing around the West. So I don't think that there's a correct way with which to approach this. And I want to leave this as an opportunity for stakeholders who like this type of problem statement building to continue to work on it.
I see a hand from Stuart.
I vote to preserve it also. I don't believe we're getting all the cost data that we'd like to see, so I'll vote to preserve it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stuart. Any other comments on these two statements? Yeah, go ahead, Claire.
I guess my question is, to the extent that you have separate problem statements or sub-statements, that to me suggests a separate piece of work on that sub-statement. And if that's not the case, and I completely agree on particularly on the cost side, and that's been behind WPTF's comments on cost issues. But with 6A, B, and C, I think I see those as very related to what we discussed today. So rather, and I'm not suggesting you have all these problem statements, they're not going away. You could continue to do them. But I guess rather than suggest that we have to independently under problem statement 6, have the same exercise to talk about the same issues, you instead leave it to people who feel like the presentation I gave, the presentation Doug did, didn't cover it, to step forward and say, I have a different way of doing this. But we shouldn't have to repeat it just because we have a separate, different people characterized it in different ways. We shouldn't have to repeat the exercise.
Yeah, and there is a lot of like interrelation between these problem statements with other topics. And later today, we'll hear from Mary Wenke from PGP on a proposal to kind of recategorize issues, since a lot of these issues have their own metrics related problems. But Mary, I see your hand up as well.
Yeah, this is Mary Winke from the Public Generating Pool. I was just going to say I struggled with the same thing that Claire was struggling with in terms of, like, I like the problem statement framework and the problem statement building, but when I was walking through these, it was like, well, we can't really tackle these one at a time because they're all interrelated, and they're also related. The problem statements in statement 6 are related to the problem statements 1 and 3, and it just was kind of, to me, it was confusing from sort of a next steps perspective. It wasn't so much that I had issue with the content. So that's why we ended up proposing this kind of reframing, and I don't know that we feel strongly that which direction we go, but that was just kind of my reaction was similar to Claire's, and that's why we ended up proposing that.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that. It was really constructive and helpful to see. Okay, so what I'm hearing is still there's a value in preserving some of these statements, but also we should evaluate topics more holistically since there are a lot of touch points. Okay, so let's go to the next. Yep.
We have a hand on the WebEx from Kathleen.
Okay, go ahead, Kathleen.
Thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I'd be very supportive of incorporating a metric component to each of the problem statements. So kind of nesting this to each of our individual problem statements. Because like the title of this, ISO does not provide all metrics desired by market participants, is very true. And, you know, near and dear to all of our hearts, we've requested data both in the board letter that we submitted a while back, but also in like recent comments that you asked for us to request data. I would characterize most of the data requests we submitted as being the new consolidated problem statement 1 through 3, but other stakeholders have submitted other requests that might also get nested. So just as it makes some sense to me to try to incorporate the need for metrics and data into those, and maybe touch base with the stakeholders who ask for specific data to see if they believe they fit well into the other problem statements might be a elegant way to kind of resolve it.
Yeah, I see a hand from Anya.
Maybe Kathleen can stay on for this. This is Anya Gilbert with the ISO.
Sure.
I think, you know, just going back to the process of having problem statements, having analysis to support it, maybe we're kind of slicing and dicing things differently, but I think that the original vision was to have, where applicable, data to support the problem statements. And I'm hearing you kind of riff on that as far as having a metric supporting problem statement to each of the problem statements. So I think we're kind of coming to this from the same perspective. I don't know if we need an explicit problem statement for metrics for each of the problem statements, but I think just the general need for data analysis where necessary. Just want to hear some reactions to that.
I can react quickly and then see if others have reactions. Yes, very much so coming to it from the same place. I didn't think we needed specific problem statements for each problem statement to emphasize that, because that's the overarching vision. But then that does make problem statement 6 a little confusing, which is provide metrics for the problems that we're discussing. So I would see supporting Claire's radical call to eliminate it, but not to eliminate it, but to move it like explicitly into the right problems.
Okay, so more of like an absorption from other problem statements of this problem statement. Yeah. Okay, good suggestions. Any other input on this? Okay, we'll move to the next slide. So this statement remained unchanged, so we can skip over that, really just a change in the lettering 6E. Next slide. And then the 6F problem statement, this was LADWP's problem statement that we added back in, and we framed it as there is currently not a metric to quantify the financial and emissions impacts of the ISO's GHG design. And again, if this doesn't need to be a standalone statement and maybe can be addressed through one of our other problem statements, we can discuss that as well. I see, Anya, you have a question?
Sure, and maybe this is just a call out for Stuart Kelly at LADWP. Appreciate the comments related to specific metrics and more of a data request around, the financial impact of the ISIS GHG design and emissions impact. And I realize your data request kind of looked at this differently, and this was an attempt to consolidate that and maybe bring forward some of the data that we already have off the shelf, and also kind of tee up what might be necessary to address this problem statement. So really wanted to open it up to Stuart, but be responsive to that data request and ask at our last working group meeting to have a explicit problem statement that addressed those issues.
Stuart, go ahead.
Yeah, and if you're looking for an explicit problem statement, is that correct, Anya? That's what you're looking for from us. We're just trying to get some cost information to go along with this, because we think it's going to be really important for not only ourselves but regulators to have access to that information to make informed decisions. As particularly we focus on the control mechanism, and that's something that we need to discuss. Is there a need for some constraint, or as Claire suggested, and I need to understand this one a little bit more, you put in place contracts or whatever, there's going to be a need for this cost information, and it's really important that we get it. I think the other component that we are interested in is the EDAM design, whereby there is an ability to have between two GHG areas a GHG incremental adder, but there isn't the ability to reduce the GHG cost on a bid if the carbon cost is lower in that the area you're trying to export to. So there's some cost information I think will be helpful for everyone to see, and also we want to think about some of the way that EDAM is going to implement the GHG regions, because we think it's easy to have everyone put in energy and a GHG adder on all their bids, because they're going to have to put in energy and the ability to add to the GHG cost if they're bidding out with their GHG region. So some different reasons that we want that information, but we think it'll help the decision making. Excuse me, my throat's.
Thanks for that, Stuart. And I think some of what you're driving at is also a little bit related to problem statement 1. And I realize we've got some folks that have agreed to sponsor that. But to me, that sounds like some of the pricing implications of the current greenhouse gas design and kind of the price formation aspects there. But hoping that 6F kind of captures the original intent that you'd put forward in both your written comments and feedback from the last meeting. Thanks.
And could we, oh, it looks like Stuart lowered his hand, but if you had any additional comments, yeah, could we unmute Stuart?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. Whether it's standalone or there is price formation impacts, it can go separately, but we just think it's important for everyone to have access to the cost data to make sure that we understand the current design of what the cost is, and then we're able to track any changes to the design and the cost impacts of that, and to make sure we're getting it right and delivering the goals of these programs in the most efficient way. That's all we're driving at. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Stuart. So if we can go to the next slide, I think we have a quick break before we get into the last topic for today. So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and hear a little bit more about PGP's comments and PSC's comments on this proposed recategorization of issues. So let's meet back here at 2:25 p.m. Pacific. All right, well, we are at our last topic for today. So if we could go to the next slide, just want to kind of frame up the discussion that Mary will comment on here in a second, but we'll be focusing on their proposal to recategorize issues. So if we can go to the next slide, just a bit of background before we jump in. So the proposal came from PGP with the support from PSC during the last round of comments on the working group. So those were due on March 7th. They're available out on the GHG coordination webpage. And really their proposal identified a need to more concisely consolidate the issues that we've identified through the working group so far, and just determine different work streams and action items that are needed. And the intent of the reorganization was really to streamline things that have already been discussed by the working group, and mainly because many problem statements are related and interdependent, as we discussed earlier today, and have been seeing. Like, for example, problem statement 6 has a lot of issues that relate to many other problem statements that we've already discussed and developed. And so Mary will walk us through the 4 different categories that they've proposed that could either be discussed discretely, or some categories may need to come in front of the other just because of some interdependencies. But with that, if we could go to the next slide, I'll turn things over to Mary and she can walk us through the categories.
Thanks, Isabella. So just to reiterate kind of the intent here, I mean, I was talking just a few minutes ago about just kind of reading through the problem statements and having a little bit of trouble kind of organizing them in my mind in terms of translating them into kind of work streams and action items, or, you know, next steps. We're moving to the assessment phase next. How do we kind of go about that in terms of prioritizing the problem statements and figuring out what needs to be done to start to respond to them. So we just kind of threw this out there for people to think about. It's not something that we want to kind of slow things down or reframe. And I realized too, what might be helpful is sort of a crosswalk between these and the numbering system that we have with the problem statements right now, which we could do if folks thought that would be helpful. But the intent here was really to kind of capture the problem statements and not necessarily and reorganize them, not raise new issues necessarily. Though Jessica does have some modifications that she is going to talk about that I felt, or we felt were kind of a little bit more than just the consolidation. So she's going to talk through those things in a couple of slides. So just the first issue category is really around what I would sort of call performance evaluation of the existing design, thinking about WEAM and potential EDAM design. And really the overarching problem statement being that market participants and stakeholders do not have enough information to evaluate whether the design works as intended. And I feel like there's a thread in the existing problem statement that really gets to that in terms of, you know, how much secondary dispatch is occurring, how is available surplus identified and attributed to the GHG zone, what is the relationship between, you know, leakage and price signals, understanding marginal GHG costs, and then additional metrics to enable stakeholders to really better evaluate that design. So that was kind of the first bucket of issues and kind of a consolidated problem statement. We can go to the next one. So the next one was addressing non-pricing and clean energy policies and voluntary goals. So again, this was really kind of captured around, broadly speaking, how do we start thinking about the facilitating the needs of other types of GHG or clean energy state policies or voluntary utility or customer GHG or clean energy goals. So like this is a pretty big umbrella. And there were a lot of problem statements that kind of touched on these things, but kind of parsed them out into, you know, state policies or voluntary goals or clean energy goals. And this was, so this problem statement is really overarching around those things. And the subcategories can potentially identify different components. But to me, what this really is kind of the, you know, big picture, how do we address these things that aren't addressed today, really what we were talking about today. You know, accounting and tracking system, how do we start thinking about these things? So really this is metrics and accounting framework, like what we're talking about today, to facilitate that reporting, calculating unspecified or market mix emissions rates, addressing double, under, or over counting, and areas where different accounting frameworks can be reconciled, and then identifying emissions intensity and or specified resource transfers, on imports and exports, and energy use to serve load. So this was really trying to, we were really trying to capture also like what this group would do. You know, I think there's some elements of this that are really around kind of regulatory engagement and that kind of regulatory overlay that I think is kind of inherent in this category, but really try to focus this in on like, what will this working group really tackle? What can we do within the scope of the CAISO? And even while we'll need to be kind of having that external engagement as well. Okay, we can go on to the next one. And then really this was the third category was exploring mechanisms for addressing non-pricing programs and clean energy policies and or I suppose it could be and or voluntary goals, but this was really looking at the dispatch solution that we talked about today. You know, exploring market design mechanisms to reflect those policies. And I think in the problem statements, it wasn't clear if the market mechanism would be needed just for state clean energy policies, or it would be something that could be used for people who had voluntary goals. I think Doug addressed this today a little bit and said he felt it would be difficult for potentially from a FERC perspective for somebody to kind of voluntarily opt into some type of a dispatch solution. But nonetheless, this one is really looking at what are those market mechanisms that could be implemented to reflect those policies. And then we can go to the fourth category. So the fourth category was really kind of a catch-all around metrics. And based on what I was hearing Sylvie say earlier, this might make the CAISO twitchy, but I put it in here anyway because I do think it was reflected in the problem statements of people wanting data, maybe not directly related to one of the first three categories, but to have additional emissions and renewable energy information available to understand more about what's happening in the market, maybe not explicitly tied to a specific problem statement or other issue category. So this was a little bit of a catch-all, and you guys can respond to this, but it may be that we need to have something a more specific purpose coming along with data requests, but this was kind of that catch-all category. So I think with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica to correct or add anything on to what I said. And then she also had some additional pieces that Puget had suggested that I think are highlighted in red in the next few slides. So I will turn over to you, Jessica.
Great, thanks, Mary. I think we can go to the next slide, Isabella. And really no corrections. PGP did all the heavy lifting on consolidating these issue categories, and I think we totally agree. And I think part of why we agree is also because we found that, like, when you start to look at these individual problem statements, I think there are things that fall, maybe not far, but slightly outside of the bounds of a discrete problem statement, and that there's a lot more encapsulated in the issues that aren't just confined to that discrete problem statement. So I think taking this approach of looking a little bit higher level at what the categories of issues are really captures, like, for example, some of the things that Stuart was talking about today just a few minutes ago, and captures the broader directions that we think we want to go. So the few things that PSE thinks we should also consider, again, are in red, and I think really what brought us here to these discussions was, do we need modifications to the design as it exists today? And so that's why we're adding this last statement after the comma, that we see part of issue category number 1 being an evaluation of whether changes are needed. For example, Claire talked today about the GHG reference path and whether or not, if we took a path down an attribution framework or an dispatch solution, what changes would be needed to the design as it exists today. And then at the end of the final 2 bullets here, just a need for coordination with other markets in the West to address accounting seams. I don't think that this necessarily has to go as deep as addressing pricing seams considerations, but just understanding across those seams where energy is accounted for when you come up against the wall of a given market, and ensuring that communication is happening across that market seam. And lastly, I think this just speaks to the first point that I made, but whether or not changes to the design are needed to, for folks that we've heard today, like PNM, PGE, I know Puget, but the need to direct our resources that we're procuring under these state policies to our loads, and the ability to honor the forward commitments that we've made and that our customers are paying for to meet these requirements in the market, and then perhaps to address other state policies or objectives. So I think I'll just pause there if there's any questions. This is the slide that I would say has what we're calling new thoughts or new ideas. And if there's any questions there, I can try and answer them. Nothing. All right, love it. Next slide. And then here, the last 2 lines, the first line in red, I'm just trying to get back to the point of coming back to that, closing the loop of once we do the work of what's needed for these other policies, the non-pricing, the voluntary goals, those kinds of things, coming back to, is the accounting framework sufficient, or do we need to go farther and more complex, more interference, perhaps with the dispatch? And I think Mary and Puget both commented in our comments that we think, very much support pursuing the accounting framework first as a lighter touch type solution, and then, if needed, pursue something that's perhaps more complex and more intertwined into the dispatch. And then also another check-in at this point, once we're working through issue category 2, of how does this interact with the GHG priced programs designed today? And that, I think, was brought up multiple times today, is what are the implications, from a pricing perspective, from a dispatch perspective, reporting perspective? What are the impacts to the existing pricing program design and the outcomes for those jurisdictions? All right, next slide. All right, and then assuming that we do, or if we do pursue a market mechanism or something, a dispatch solution, such as what Doug presented today, just holding as a principle or a value that we would minimize or seek to minimize impacts to efficient market operation, and continue to, Doug talked about this, to continue to retain the value of the day ahead and the imbalanced market, despite, whatever constraints we may need to apply. And then again, same as the prior slide, if we land here and we develop something, just thoroughly understanding how that interacts with the GHG pricing programs today. I think that's it. Is there one more slide? Nope, no changes here. Yeah, so that's it for us. And thank you for considering our comments.
Thanks, Jessica, and thank you, Mary. And I see a hand from Todd in the room.
Todd Ryan, Pacific Gas and Electric. I really appreciate the work Mary and Jessica have done on the recategorization. I don't see any reason why we would object, but I don't know that I fully see problem statement 1 reflected in here, so I might suggest some edits, either offline or in comments.
And I wonder, maybe it would, if CAISO staff, maybe it would help to do kind of a crosswalk and just make, so we can make sure we didn't lose anything. Because it's very possible that, we just didn't understand or capture something the way it should have been framed or something like that. So that might be a good approach.
Yeah, and this is Anya Gilbert with the ISO. I'll just chime in and say, appreciate this more holistic view of looking at the problem statements. I think there's kind of had been 2 schools of thoughts of, do you get very granular so that you can solve that exact problem, or do you kind of have that broader recognition that everything's interrelated? How much are you boiling the ocean versus kind of narrowing in on something specific? So I think it's kind of a balance that we've been grappling with, and that Isabella's been helping us with, but appreciate kind of this recommendation. We can definitely do that crosswalk to see if anything has been left out, and maybe that'll just mean that we post the comment template a little bit later and have maybe a crosswalked version of your kind of reformatted problem statements up as an option as well.
That'd be great.
Yeah, go ahead, Claire.
Thanks. I guess I'd hate to see us get into negotiating language. I think the crosswalk would be really important. Like if we could all, I don't see these as revisions of problem statement. I see these more as work stream. So if work stream 1 picks up problem statements, I was just looking back, 1 through, 6, I don't remember where they cut, 1 through 4, I don't remember where the cutoff is, but we could just say this work stream picks up these problem statements, work stream 2, these problem statements, and then let's stop negotiating problem statement. let's just agree that we have got everything we need. We have some place to cover them and make sure that we get the right people talking about everything in the right work stream.
This is Anya with the policy team again. I appreciate that. Maybe just kind of having that end goal in mind of, you know, where does the working group end and kind of policy development. Can I put you on the record of working groups never end? All right, well, one of you will be participating, but the end goal, I want to remind folks, is like to get to the policy development process. And kind of the hope was having alignment around what problem should be kind of workshopped in policy. Do some of these actually never make it to policy? I think some of the metrics discussions don't require a policy discussion, but might be kind of level setting or kind of supporting and understanding the problem statement, but just wanted to provide that perspective of where are we going with this and what should go to policy development. And once we get that kind of crosswalk diversion, at what point are we kind of moving things forward or not? So.
Tiffany, go ahead.
Tiffany Emerson, Portland General. So I kind of want to summarize all that because I'm hoping that what I hear is where we're actually trying to get to. I really appreciate this work stream thought on the issues. I also don't want to reopen like.
And that was not our intent explicitly.
Right. So I love.
We were not trying to like start wordsmithing more.
I love the consolidation, and I would like to see a cross-check to make sure that everything was captured. But what I'm even more interested in when you do that crosswalk is if you could help us understand what you feel is firmly in policy land, firmly something we can handle outside of policy land, because I want to get to solutions. And I don't want to skip this very important process of problem statements, but I mean, we keep trying to solve because I think we're ready to start solving. And so I want us to get whatever we need to do here done and like put on a shelf, not like far away. We keep looking at it, but that we're starting to actually try to, what can we solve in small groups? What can we solve through policy? What can we solve with our state regulators? I want to start to like identify that.
That's really helpful feedback in terms of, you know, what kind of bucketing and how ready folks are feeling. Thanks.
Kathleen, can we unmute her line?
Thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Along the same lines, I just wanted to also kind of give some initial feedback of, I do see some things missing from like the recategorization of the first one that I think is kind of consistent with our efforts to try to consolidate the old problem statements 1 through 3. I was going to make a suggestion as well of how to maybe try to help expedite this is, you know, the sponsors at a minimum, but like with the intent, I guess, of bringing that back to this group and talking about it in this forum and getting feedback and moving forward to more substantive conversations are going to need to be kind of refining what that problem statement is to bring it back to start having substantive conversations and going through that data, making sure the data we need is asked for and we get it. So what I'm actually struggling with is, like, I knew PG&E and Vistra were going to work on that. So I almost view this as, Mary and Jessica, do you want to be involved in developing that initial consolidated problem statement? That's almost how I'm receiving your presentation.
I mean, I don't want to speak for Mary, but I would say, and I do see Mary this way, is like we have been working on these issues in, you know, I won't say the other markets, the other markets context for some time. And so in our own heads, these things are, I think, a bit consolidated. And so that's why I think Mary's bringing this forward. And it seems to make a lot of sense to me. But I would just say I don't have the bandwidth to sponsor, but I'd be happy to participate and provide input.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm happy to have more sponsors jump on. Isabella will attest to that. But if we go back to the list of the sponsors real quick, that might be helpful. I just want to make this super practical so that as we move forward into the future meetings, I myself have clarity as a sponsor or co-sponsor on where we're going. So do you mind going back to that slide?
Yes, Silas, if we could go to slide 53.
And a part of this maybe would be useful is to unpack, if you don't, and if this is the wrong time, we can hold, but I mean, this has been one of my pressing questions is we have these problem statements. I have no issues with consolidating, absorbing, if that's what this group wants to do, but we do need to move forward and we do need to set these down and move forward and start working on developing out the details of those problem statements, the metrics and the data, so that we can progress towards a policy place. So with that in mind, I still think PG&E and Vistra are kind of on the hook, for lack of a better phrase, and to make a joke, on the hook for problem statements 1 through 3 to sponsor those. As a part of us volunteering for that, I understood we would be moving forward in the next set of meetings to help craft a more detailed description of the issue underlying that consolidated problem statement. Is that not accurate?
I mean, if it was up to me, I would take the 3 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entities that have offered to sponsor here and just reassign them to the 3 main issue categories we have.
Can I make a suggestion? This is Mary. Maybe that is actually a better approach if this is creating confusion, to say, instead of kind of a recategorization or a modification to the existing problem statements, it's just an identification of work streams, so that you can actually list the relevant problem statements under the relevant work streams. And I still think that the right categories have been identified. The detailed kind of bullets underneath, I think, are, there's nothing that is critical per se about that language, but I think it maybe makes sense to have co-sponsors of the work streams and then the problem statements underneath those that go with that work stream. I also think that I do think problem statement number 6, and I know we talked
Mary,
about that.
Before you move on, can I ask a quick follow-up?
Yeah.
Okay, so I see problem statement 1 through 3 as your same category 1.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess I also put problem statement 4 in that, because I felt like problem statement 4 was also about performance evaluation of the existing design. But if you see them as in different categories, I'd be curious to understand that.
My understanding of why there is a desire to have them separate is because 1 through 3 was focusing on the impacts of the optimization on actual market, like dispatch, award and dispatch outcomes. And the one thing I saw missing in your overview, which is a great indicator of we need to move on to actually start giving examples for these problem statements, but is the concerns with displacing cleaner emitting internal resources that leads to secondary dispatch. So that is more about displacing inefficiently and increasing secondary dispatch, which is an output. Whereas the price formation problem statement, I understood it to be really focused on how the greenhouse gas pricing was being determined and produced within the market, which informs a few different price formation issues, and not one of them, yes, is it changes the dispatch or the award outcome. But that is how I understood folks wanted to separate consolidated 1 through 3 versus 4.
Yeah, I mean, I feel within the categorization.
I don't have strong opinions about it either. I would have put 4 in with the consolidated myself. So I'm just trying to track to the mandate of this group, and if we're going to be doing things and kind of sponsoring as stakeholders, I just need clarity.
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment, Claire. So I don't think we should get hung up on this. We kind of already are hung up on it. I think that one way or another, we need to identify work streams and co-sponsors of those work streams and how we do that and what is included. I mean, I think we should give the co-sponsors the ability to articulate a scope, you know, and like what you're talking, Kathleen. So I don't, yeah, I feel like it's like we're spinning our wheels a little bit, but I do want to say, I do think problem statement 6 does not make sense on a standalone basis. I think it needs to go into other problem statements or one of these other categories, because it will be very confusing to try to address problem statement 6 discretely because of the interrelatedness there. So I think we should do that regardless.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. And does anyone have other input? Sorry.
Kathleen, I have an input. I think we're making this far more complicated than we need to. I also don't think we need to carry this conversation on to another meeting. I think we could resolve it today. I think we could say proposed issue category 1, ISO market operations and greenhouse gas design. It encompasses problem statement 1 through 4. We could keep the existing sponsors for individual problem statements within there. If there's also co-sponsors of a work stream, fine, add that. I think your pros issue category 2 and 3 were kind of splitting problem statement 7. So maybe there's some exercise about how you split that, but 7 falls across 2 and 3, and then you're picking up reporting and metrics. And I would propose that we actually agree with that right now and stop having this conversation. So then we can actually
totally agree with Claire.
I'm seeing lots of thumbs up in the room, so it sounds like there's support for those suggestions. So I think as a next step for the ISO, we'll take this feedback back and make those more defined work streams with the problem statements outlined in the work streams. And then we can help facilitate coordination between the different problem statement sponsors on, future presentations at future working groups and things like that. But before we wrap up, is there any other feedback from anything we've discussed today or any questions? Okay. All right. Well, then if we could go back to slide. Oh, perfect. You found it. If we go to the next slide. So our working group schedule, our next working group is slated for April 17th, another hybrid working group. Right now, I think we're planning discussion on problem statements 1 through 3 and 4, which may end up being our work stream 1. And then also continuing some of the discussion on solutions to problem statement 7 that we started today. And then next slide. We are planning to have that working group be hybrid as well. So if you'd like to attend in person at the ISO, please do so. Another full day working group from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. But if any of that changes based on the agenda, we'll send out a notice. And then we'll get the comments template out for everyone, either probably tomorrow or Monday, just so we can make some of those refinements to the work stream discussion. But those comments are due March 28th. And if we need to be flexible with that date, just because of the late posting of the template, then we can. And then if you have, if you're interested in presenting at an upcoming working group, you can send your requests to isostakeholderaffairs@kaiso.com. Again, if you're still interested in being a sponsor or co-sponsor, please reach out and I can get you in touch with others that have volunteered to be sponsors. And then all relevant information related to this working group is available out on the GHG Coordination Working Group webpage, which is linked here. So any questions on schedule or next steps? Okay. Then let's go to our last slide, which is just a reminder that the ISO is hosting its stakeholder symposium in Sacramento this year on October 30th. We will also be hosting a welcome reception the evening of October 29th. The symposium will be held at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center in downtown Sacramento. And as we nail down more details on event registration and sponsorship opportunities, we will socialize that via a market notice in the daily briefing and post it to the ISO's website. But if you have any questions on the symposium, you can reach out to our symposium team at symposiumreg@kaiso.com. But with that, that concludes today's working group. Really appreciate everyone's engagement and participation today. It was great to hear from a variety of stakeholders on various proposals and suggestions. So looking forward to our April working group and looking forward to everyone's comments. So thank you.